Elder Barney Batiste to open our meeting with a prayer.
I just unmuted, so you might have to stop.
Elder Barney Batiste to open our meeting with a prayer.
I just unmuted, so you might have to stop.
Elder Barney Batiste to open our meeting with a prayer.
I just unmuted, so you might have to stop.
Come on.
No, it's a YouTube channel, he's running in the background, so I close it. Barney? Not muted. Oh, there he is. He's trying to get his video working.
Elder Batiste, you go ahead and open our meeting with a prayer, if you can hear us. Not if you can hear me.
Go to Kelly. I think she, yeah, okay.
Is he having technical issues?
He's gonna go see if Kelly can hear.
Can you hear us? Online, can you hear us?
Or if it's just him.
I can hear you, yes, thank you.
Fabian Batiste.
Yeah.
Okay. Good enough.
Okay. Yeah. So we set the goal.
Yeah, we've opened the meeting, Elder, and if you could please open with a prayer for us, thank you.
Okay, so time to open, eh? All right. Well, good morning to everybody, and of course, Happy New Year. We're getting there. It's very nice out here today. But anyway, it's a good thing. You know, I always kind of reflect a little bit when I come to these meetings and try to come up with something that, you know, it makes a whole lot of sense to us as a people, you know. And back in 2023, we did a law thing, finding out about life and law. And there's a kind of a little opening statements on this particular subject. And when I was reading them, and I hope I can make it really clear here. And what we're saying is that the failure to understand indigenous law on its own terms risks disappearing its substantive commitment to life itself. So we're talking about life and law. And so the failure to understand it really disrupts us. And we finish by saying it is time to be painfully clear about what is at stake in the work of revitalizing indigenous legal traditions, and that's life itself. So in this particular instance that we were doing this, we were talking about law and life, the life of the people that we serve. And I'm pretty sure that most of you folks around the table understand that. And so it's just a kind of a little reminder about our own laws as a nation, you know, keeping them in tow as we're going along. But anyway, we're again gathered, and we're thankful for the day that we've been given. It gives us another opportunity to exercise the gifts that the Creator has given us. And as always, we ask the Creator to look after those that might be suffering this day, illnesses and sick and shut in. We ask the Creator to be kind to those folks. We also ask the Creator to be kind to those that might have lost a loved one. And we ask the Creator to be kind to those folks. And for us, as we gather and put our minds together to see what future that we can build for the people that we're serving, we ask the Creator to look over our right shoulder and give us the guidance, wisdom, and the knowledge to be able to make good and just decisions for those folks. We ask the Creator to look after those that, in our work that might be having a hard time in the policing work. We ask the Creator to give us some help, give us some assistance in giving them some hope in whatever condition or whatever condition they find themselves in. And so as we journey forward, we're aware of what's around us and our surroundings. We're aware of the things that we have to do. But as always, we ask the Creator to give us a hand in looking after the things that we need to look after. So we might start our meeting now and see where this journey takes us. So miigwech. Now, this morning, if I sound a little bit different, maybe, it's because I had a knee replacement and it did not bother me a whole bunch. But however, I'm taking some painkillers. So it kind of get a little bit foggy. So you might forgive me for that. But anyway, I'm coming along really well. The things that needed to happen to my left knee have been done, and hey, I'm going to be back on the ice there in a couple of weeks. Maybe Toronto Maple Leafs, I don't know. But anyway, so good morning, everybody, and let's have a good meeting. Thank you, amigos.
Thank you, thank you, Alder Batiste. The agenda is on your iPad in front of you. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Sam? Second. Carol, all in favor? Motion is carried and the agenda is adopted. The review of the minutes of May 13th to 15th, 2025. Are there any comments, changes? Minutes? May 13th. Are there any comments or questions about the minutes of the 13th? If there are no comments or questions about the minutes of the 13th to 15th, I'd ask for a motion to pass those minutes, please. I'll move, thank you, Harold. Second. Thanks, Russell. All in favor? Minutes are of the 13th to the 15th are approved. Let's see if we can get back home. The minutes of Zoom call October 2nd, 2025. Any comments on the minutes of, sorry, October 2nd, 2025? If there are none, I'd ask for a motion to approve the minutes and adopt the minutes of October 2nd, 2025. Stan, moved by Stan. Betty? All in favor? Motion is carried. The business arising from the minutes, number one, the Windigo First Nation Council representation. That's our package. We were in receipt of a motion from the Windigo First Nations Council that has nominated Frank McKay, their CEO, to continue to represent the Windigo First Nations Council and the Police Services Board. So this is a new nomination or renomination, or however you want to frame it, and it needs to be accepted by the board to make it official. So we need a motion from the board to accept the nomination from the Windigo First Nations Council to welcome Frank back to the NAPS board. Correct? Correct. Any discussion, any questions, or motion to that effect?
I think, I don't know the truth, you're okay to accept the nominations. Just, the one question I have is, an explanation is on the clarity of the circumstances that leads up to the nomination and what's in the is the process done legal wise, and what has caused them to arrive at the nomination process is like I'm not being picky or anything, I just speaking of the board as a whole, is all the legal issues cleared up.
So
I think that's
if I may, Chair. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is an in-camera issue, if that discussion wants to occur, because we're in a public, we're on the public airwaves right now, right? So if there wants to be a discussion, Member Harold, if you want to do that, I think we best take that in camera. I will say this, that we did ask legal for their assessment of the situation, and from all things that are back to the board, there is no issue with the reintroduction of Member McKay back to his well, to accept the nomination from Windigo to appoint Frank McKay. We sent that to legal, and there's no apparent issues with accepting that nomination.
so.
Russell?
There's no issue.
Moved by Russell to accept the nomination of the Windigo Council, Frank McKay. Second by Harold Gunner.
No, I was going to second it.
Oh, okay. All in favor? Yeah. Motion's carried. Welcome back, Frank. Any other questions on I think that dealt with what we needed to deal with on the Windigo stuff, I think.
Richard's turn.
The next thing on the agenda is the NAPS board executive election. So as you recall, the election, I think the only position that we're needing to resolve is the permanent spot for the chairman, correct?
What happens at the first meeting of every year through the CSBA is that an election notice is put out. The board has the ability to say, we are happy with our executive, we don't want to change anything, and it becomes mute and you can hold off for another year. The second process is to allow for someone to say, yes, I would like to nominate someone for a position change, and then their calls an election. We do let the election notices go out at the previous meeting and our meeting where the director are aware of that situation prior to the meeting. So we have an election call.
We have an election call. We did that? Okay, so the election has been duly called, and the board now can select the members of its executive.
Yes. And if we are to do all three, then what we do is we do a motion to dissolve the executive. That's business number one. And they therefore hold over the board employees to take care of the election process until it's completed and the new executive is appointed.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, an annual thing that we do now, an annual thing like, okay,
It's something in the CSBA.
yeah,
We can live with the way we used to. We can just say, let's put it this way. The next time we come up at a Christmas meeting and I announce that at our next meeting, there's going to be an election process called, you may at that time say, the board doesn't feel it's necessary, and we will restate that in our next meeting. And then there is no election. But it's up to the board. Board has to consider it, and the CSBA wants to make sure that that process was available. Jerry, you want to call for a motion to dissolve the executive?
We can do that, yeah. So we'll have the first order of business is to call for a motion to dissolve the existing executive. A motion for that, please. Thank you, Harold. Second? Second. Thanks, Sam. All in favor? Motion is carried, the executive is dissolved. I feel like, what's her name, Wicked Witch of the West, controlling the house. So the executive is dissolved, so the next thing then is to initiate the election process, the nomination process. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, with that, the board now appoints, should appoint its employees to review and take care of the election process.
Scrutineer?
Scrutineer.
So we need to appoint you and Kathleen to collect the ballots of the nominations. Is that fair to the board?
And conduct
or
the
we could
process.
use, what about Jeff? What about Jeff? So it's not internal, it doesn't matter.
No.
I think we're okay, so are we content with that, to have Fabian and Kathleen run the election? Yeah. Carry on, Mr. Scrutineer.
Okay, so for our election process, we're going to go through, as we did before, the positions from the top down side. People are allowed to run for more than one, so we take care of it traditionally as the chair's position is done first, then the vice chair, then the secretary treasurer. And what I'd like to do now is call for nominations for the board chair. When you're nominated, you can then, let me know that you accept or not, and, we'll go through that. And yes, there can be a position where nobody, only one person is nominated, and acclamation, will occur. So, for the ballot for the board chair, the position of the board chair, I will just go around the table and then I will go to, online. Harold, you have a nomination for board chair.
I'll nominate,
Record shows Harold nominated Jason. Jason,
I accept.
accept. Jason, do you have any nominations?
Dorian Stone.
You have a nomination for chair. And you have a nomination for chair.
I'll call it Frank. I was waiting for it.
Frank, do you accept the nomination? Frank accepts the nomination. We have a process. Now, Frank, I have to ask you also, do you have a nomination? Undertaking yourself. There's always been nominated. Oh, good. Do you have any other nominations? No? Richard, online, you have, just so we know, you heard Jason and Frank have been nominated for board chair position. Do you have any nomination?
I nominate Jason.
Okay, he's already been nominated, but I guess it's an issue of support here. Okay, so that takes care of our board nominations for the ballots for chair. What's gonna happen, Richard, is you have my cell phone, right? So you will text me your choice. So before we get started, I'd like to go through the process of giving Jason and Frank an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on what it is you would like to see in their position, what they do, and how they do it, even though we know you. Just the process. And since you're the incumbent, Jason, we'll start with you.
I was the intern.
You're the
not
intern.
The incumbent, but,
You're turning things around.
no, I think I have the experience and the ability to represent the board responsibly and work with the police force to make sure that the agency grows in the communities. And it's not a campaign speech, not much to add to that. Just looking forward to continuing to work with the colleagues here, come what may, whether that's as the chair of the board or just as a member of the board. So happy to be nominated. Thanks, Harold and Rick. Yeah, so that's just me. I won't belabor the point.
Thanks, Jason. Frank, I'll give you a 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you for this opportunity again to put my name forward as for chair of this board. I've been involved in the NAPS board for many, many years. Leading this position of supporting our police force. Was chief of actual during my office. I'll be open to, and yeah, nothing. And from there on, we push for more resources, more officers, and more supports for our officers from the level. We've been at this. We did the point that we have to take our own laws, one of our own laws, and Chatsworth and add our own security forces to keep the community safe and secure. That's one of my interests, is at the community level. And we should do this, all the things that are coming in, the drug crisis that we have, we need to continue to be diligent. We need to be, we need to have more efforts in relation to, we have to think more creative, to be more innovative in our approaches to how we approach policing in our communities. We're not the same as anybody else. We're not taken. We are different. Our region is different. It's remote, it's isolated, and we have to use resources within our communities, that can support us in making sure that police officers are able to perform their duty. The CNPS will be not just for some time to get the status where we are at, and we need to continue to move forward in that fashion. At the same time, we have to recognize our own laws, our First Nations laws. Focus that was the basis of this organization established the First Nations laws in our own communities, and it was part of the tripartite agreement that we signed. So we need to keep moving forward based on our leadership of NAPS, of NAPS communities, and then address those areas that we need to continue to operate on with the support and the strength of the legislative process that we are in.
Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do the vote. So there are two choices, Jason Batiste or Frank McKay for chair. I'll hand you a ballot. It is a secret ballot, so hold it up after you've made your choice, and I'll have Kathleen collect it. And I'm just going to confirm Richard's pick with Kathleen.
Oh, thanks. Hope I didn't see it.
Just a minute here. You want just open them up and call the meeting.
Jason.
Take an hour or so. One for Jason.
Frank.
Okay, Frank.
Two for Frank. Three for Frank. Four for Frank. Two, so 4 for Frank and 3 for Jason.
All right. So the majority wins in this case. Frank, you are the chair. Let's check the ballots here. All good? Okay. Do the same process for the vice chair. This time we'll go around the table this way. Would you like to nominate anybody for vice chair?
Jason.
Jason for vice chair. Jason, do you accept? Sure. Jason again. Jason. Good. Okay. You not nominate me? No, I can't. Yeah. Okay. Jason's been nominated by basically everybody. What's your, do you have a consensus there, Richard?
Yes.
So by consensus, Jason is the vice chair. No voting is required for that. And our third position for the executive is the secretary treasurer. And I will go around the table again in the other way and ask for nominations for secretary treasurer. Sure.
I'll nominate myself.
Hey, Donald. Okay, Russell, you're Russell? Okay, if you nominated Russell. Russell, do you accept?
Sure.
Russell. Russell. Okay. He agrees with Russell's, he's also nominating you. Russell?
I'm the one.
Oh, I was gonna select Carol. That's what they had before.
Yeah. Okay, Carol. Do you have a nomination? No. Do you have a nomination, Richard, for Secretary Treasurer?
No, I don't have one.
Okay, so we have two nominees. Harold, do you stand? Yep. Okay, we'll give each of the nominees a 3-minute soiree to convince your colleagues that you're the man for the job, or the woman.
No,
Okay,
let's go down.
okay. You wanna go ahead and
Make a speech.
make a speech, sir?
Well, I guess the last, couple of years here, it's been a big change in, Nitlabiaski Police and how we conduct our business and it's all going in a good direction, I believe. You know, for the longest time, I guess, we're financially, stable. The future looks bright. It's been a learning curve for me too, you know, I've been, Secretary Treasurer the past year. Been good, I enjoyed it, you know, I think I showed my commitment to it, sometimes you have to make time for things, sometimes on the last minute, and, look forward to doing the same thing, continuing on with, responsibility and, won't take it lightly, for sure. I think we're in good hands, heading in the right direction, and I hope to be a part of it. Thank you.
Okay, Russell is the other nominee.
I accept the nomination. My name is Russ Capino. I do have some experience, sit on the executive on Copenhagen board. I'm a secretary there. Yeah, like it is a learning curve here. We're just having people. We have to do what we can. You know, I'm from an isolated reserve, and you know, like what everybody says, we're different. We're not white people. Sorry to say that, but we're very different. You know, if you were to come and live with us, you will know. You know. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Now I'm gonna hand out the ballots for Secretary Treasurer. But either Harold or Russell down. Kathleen will collect the ballots. Then be Richie, you can text me your choice.
Okay, so we got 5 for Harold and 2 for Russell.
The incumbent wins by votes 2. Congratulations. That basically gives us our new executive. So before we get a motion to get anything else, we should welcome our new executive. Okay, Jason. Harold, please get back into place. Yeah. Okay. And with that, can I get a quick motion to get rid of the ballots? Destroy.
A motion to destroy the ballots?
Correct.
Okay. Second by Russ.
Okay, good. Done? All four? Yeah. Good. My job's over. Turn it over to you, Chair.
No,
To his chair.
correct.
You can turn it over to
You
his chair.
dissolve, no, you dissolved the previous executive, so it's over there.
What do you do every year?
What do you do?
Well, thank you for the office for the board. Yes, the election. And I want to thank the chair that did as chair for the year. There's a lot of hard work during this transition that we have. We're have to work on to make sure that we have an operation that looks at the operations of the under the legislation and also under the first issues. That's hard to do because sometimes it is too clash, how we go forward on some of this. But I think we have navigated the process as much as we can. And yet, we still face a lot of challenges in the coming year. And I want to ensure that, that we continue to move forward in a united fashion and work towards the goals that our people want to police and police services for the communities. So I want to take the executive working hard for the past years, I should say. And engage who we are. And I also want to take the board, for all the hard work that they have in the decisions that are necessary to make the betterment of our communities. And I also want to thank the chief of police and the chief. Management office that works to ensure that the past territory that we cover is enormous, and we have to make sure that each corner territories covered as much as we can within the resources that we have, and also try to get the resources that we acquire to make sure that the dispatch to so they're meetings and so learning from us how we carry on these services in a different environment than what it's usually done in certain areas. So the application of the legislation will have to sometimes be considered how we can be more innovative and create. Just want to say anything, Harold?
No, for me, thank you for claiming or nominating me back to the position of vice chair. So, the big chair, and back to the support role for Frank and doing what I can to help, as I think we have, the organization grow and, ready to serve. So thanks for your trust in that. And yeah, just, we carry on. We work, there's lots of work to do, no shortage of issues that we have to deal with. So happy to represent the board in that way. So thank you for your confidence in that regard. And y'all got my phone number if you need it. And certainly help me with.
No, thanks for nominating you for, secretary treasurer. Look around the room here, you know, we got, some people that are pretty capable of taking on leadership roles. Glad to be a part of it. And, welcome you back, Frank, as well. It's been, it's good to see you back at the table and, you know, we could feed off the experience that you have as well here. And one thing for sure, I certainly appreciate, Jason, a lot of experience in the role that he has, and, you know, a lot of leadership experience there, and, look forward to the next year, and, you know, keep our heads together and go in the right direction, and we'll be okay. Go Leafs, go. In addition to the agenda, did we shut the long lead?
No, that's next chair and I can report on it.
Okay, so, moving along on the agenda, anything else from the last Tuesday? But, our next agenda, item, topic, G.
Chair, yeah, if everybody recalls here, some 3 AGMs ago, we welcomed, we had a VCR from the AGM body that said that they would welcome Long Lake into the fold. Of course, we haven't signed the CSBA then, but we were moving things along as quickly as we could and putting pieces in place as we weren't sure exactly how the future was going to be, what we had to do in terms of that process. Long Lake, as you know, has had an election just over the past week, and John Monavigan Sr. is now the chief. I've made a call to his office and have an email out to him waiting for a response, just to see if he's aware, if he's pushing for the same thing that Chief Desmoulin was, and we're going there. And on the other half of that, I'm working with Jeremy and Saul Jen on trying to put together a band council resolution that is current with the CSPA requirements. One that doesn't make us have to go back to step 1 of consulting with all of our First Nations to say, oh, yeah, by the way, Long Lake is needs to get the reconfirmation from 34 chiefs. We believe we have that, and we're going to stick with it unless somebody says otherwise. So we're working with John Zaskos from Solgen in order to get that crafted up. There are steps that they are outlining that will allow to do that. Of course, I guess the pushback from Solgen kind of creating that what they have to do is assess what is needed in Long Run, assess what the OPT would put in and what NAPS needs. We pushed back a little bit and we said that that assessment we expect would be under the same assessment role that we have put towards others, our first steps of getting into this game, if you will, with the CSBA. So we don't want to be judged by a different yardstick for Long Lake than we would have been prior to. We want the same sort of consideration so that their service would be upgraded as the rest of ours. So it's a work in progress. That's my report.
So what's the next step in relation to the one?
We will get the BCR, formulated, make sure that, Solgen doesn't want us to go back to our ATM for another round. So our council is making sure that the wording is correct, that allows that that motion to stand in good stead, the one that, where we invited all 34 chiefs and invited, Long Lac to join. We don't want to, dismiss that action.
All right.
So, with this, long line,
600 people. School, it's right beside the highway. It's a busy community. And of course, at the last EGM, we were aware of what was going on with the agreement as well. So there's issues. But we can't fix it.
Okay, thank you. We'll wait for the resolution, BCR, to be drafted, and then we'll meet with the chief and council at Long Lac 58. If there's
In regards to the request, the BCR, the court's role would be then to make that recommendation to chiefs and assembly at AGM. Like I know the board is a standalone corporation, we have the authority to accept or reject artists for the courtesy of the chief, NAPS chiefs. Is that like, we're gonna take to the chiefs at some point, is there gonna be pros and cons in terms of them joining this as Russell indicated, it's a very busy community. How will that affect our internal resources in general? The chiefs need to know, should have a right to know some idea what they're looking at.
Yeah, we believe that the VCR in the process that will be outlined, right? It will do two things. It will either ask us to go back to the AGM and start over the process, or allow us to say, you've already examined the process, the chiefs have already accepted bringing Long Lac in, which has happened. And then it will be up to us to make sure that working with Tom Gervais and others, that it's given the proper resource, if you will. So NAPS doesn't want to take on a community per se that had one officer and no additional resources. So all of those things are wrapped up into this communication that's going on between our council and Solgen, put things in their correct narrative so that we aren't hamstrung when they come on board.
We would do a workforce analysis and a staff and all the staffing photo as far as how.
So in terms of governance, how will they be expected to play a role in decision making? Because right now, we have a structure we follow, we try to follow. No, I'm just curious because.
Long Lac would be rolled into the Batawa communities.
Okay.
any further questions? Move on to our next agenda item, that is the actual report. Take a break. Take a break. You want to take a break? 10 minutes or 5 minutes? Or
Move along.
All right. All right.
Morning, everyone. So, should be a copy of the financial report package, if that's one. But I know it's included in the chief's report as well. I'm gonna go through the numbers fairly quickly. They are a few months old, they're from November 2025. So I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail, because I've got a couple other things over above that to discuss.
So we're trying to find our.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's it.
Yeah, but there's also a standalone copy. Yeah, that's the one, that's in the sheet. Personally. Yeah. Does everyone have a copy of it up on the screen? No, it's up on the big screen, but very small. That's okay. So, like I said, these numbers are as of November 30th, 2025. So in the current, the second column, the current year actual is the column I'm going to be focusing on. That's where we are as of that time. So total revenue recognized for the period to November 30th is $169,830,063, broken down by our NIP, CSPA, other wage subsidies, our Intel program, survivor support, and other revenue recoveries and interest. The reason I'm not going to go into a lot of detail is some of these numbers are actually going to change here with some stuff that's come up recently with our funders that I'm going to go into afterwards. Under the expenses, salaries and benefits, total of $41,584,000. Equipment, $10,438,000. 5.1 million of that is allocated to our new regional office in Sioux Lookout. That's the purchase of the building plus the renovations that we've started on that building. Radio project maintenance, 780,000. Aircraft and travel, 10,110,000. Building costs, our rent, utilities, and maintenance, 3.2 million. Other operating expenses, 3.7 million. Training, 910,000. And our other programs are Intel, 212,000, and survivor support, 410,000. So total expenditures, $71,401,270, which leaves us with an 8-month surplus of about $98 million right now. Like I said, though, that's going to change. Recently, we were approached by our funders with some other revenue opportunities. The outgoing board chair, Jason, you were fully aware of this, the discussions that were had. So in past years, we had separate funding for our drug unit, 18 officers. That ended at the end of last fiscal year. So what they've decided to do is include that funding in our funding for this year and next year. So this year, we're getting an additional $13 million, and next year, an additional $16 million over our base funding for FNF. The other thing that they've come up with is Canada has finally agreed to kick in some money towards the CSPA, only surrounding our infrastructure though. So for this fiscal year, we've budgeted $60 million for our Sioux Lookout regional office and our Timmins regional office, our new Timmins regional office. Canada is gonna kick in their 52% of that 60 million. So our CSPA funding is gonna come down by about 55 million because we've already spent 5 million of it. And then we're gonna get the rest of it over the next 2 years. We're not losing any money, we're actually just gaining money over the next 2 years. And just coming from different sources. So so the budget itself is actually gonna look different come next board report. With some of these numbers changing, we're just waiting for new agreements to come out for us to look at and sign. Any questions about that?
So in your 18 police officers, does that increase the number of?
What it's gonna do is gonna give us basically what we asked for under the CSPA for our drug unit, which is more than the 18 that we have. We're gonna get a lot more drug officers, once we staff the frontline officers. We need to backfill there first before we can move people, take people off the front line from the communities and put them into specialty units. But we will have more officers. And the best part is, they know we're not gonna spend that $13 million this year because it's already February and they haven't given it to us yet. So they're gonna allow us to carry it over to next year as well. So we'll have that extra money for next year as well. Over and above the additional 14, 15 million that they're gonna give us. Any other questions? About that, so the last thing I want to discuss is recently we had a meeting with NAPS Financial, Trevor Nash, to discuss some enhanced benefits for the executive level of the employees. And what was proposed was a My Health spending account. So what that is it's an enhancement to the existing benefits package offered to the executive level employees, including board liaison. And anything that would be covered under our existing plan would be covered under this My Health spending, but it gives us extra money towards it. So right now we get $400 every 2 years for glasses. If we go over that, we can use this additional account to cover it. It's something that we've looked at in the past, over the past few years, never really gotten anywhere with it, but we had the presentation again. We can set the dollar value of how much we're gonna give these people to spend under this benefits package, and it's a known amount to our budget because each person gets, say, the recommendation was between $2,500 and $5,000 per family. There'll be more about presentations about it. Yeah, there'll be more about it tomorrow. Trevor Nash from Max is gonna come and present it and give you more details. So something to consider. Just wanted to give everyone the heads up that it's something that we've started looking at. It's not going to be a big cost to the service or to the board. So something that we've been looking at.
How many employees are we looking at? 2,500 to 5,000 times, how many?
So it would be from inspectors up. So right now we currently have 2 inspectors. And we'll be at 5 soon. And then the chief, the deputy director of finance, director of HR, we have a new director's position that we've posted for, and the HR advisor and the finance advisor, and Kelly. Yeah, and the board liaison. We're looking at about a dozen positions. So about $60,000 if we go to the top level of 5,000, 30 to 60,000.
Chair, just so you know, the board to make that decision tomorrow after they hear from tomorrow.
Are expected on it?
Yeah. And that is a financial report.
Is the program you're currently on comparable to the, because I'm assuming you're doing that because you're not part of the unionized staff, right? Is there a disparity between what we're providing others towards the?
No, this is in, we
This is
have,
this
we
is
have
in-
the same as with the others. This is just a net added benefit for the extra hours that the executive level has to put in, the senior management and executive level have to put in on a regular basis to keep the service running.
Management for basically.
Yeah, this was first talked about before I started 3 years ago, so it's been a long time coming.
So going back to that budget,
Yes,
you have a surplus of 98 for 6 months,
for 8 months.
but not for 8 months.
Yeah.
And then you have a surplus for 9 months, surplus of 196.
Potentially,
Actually,
potentially, but like I said, some of that revenue is gonna change a bit and get pushed into the next 2 years. So that projected surplus is gonna come way down.
so we don't need to spend that crazy.
No, we don't need to spend that crazy. There's certain areas where we can look to increase a bit of spending, but we don't have to panic spend for the end of the year.
What happens if you spend that much?
Get carried over.
Yeah. What's not reflected in here is we just bought a bunch of new cars, new trucks for the service, that just came in, so we just wrote a big check for that. That's not covered off in these expenses. We have spent since this point quite a bit. It's not reflected because we're a couple, 3 months old, it's numbers.
So what is the board going to expect to be? All right, is there any more further questions? Comments on the budget? Okay, thank you.
Chair, can we get a motion for the report?
Okay, can I have a motion to accept the report? And the report moved by Harold. Scott, second. All in favor? Okay, that's it. Are we at this time or
We're at 20 after 10, break time.
break time? And then break time.
I'm not afraid of something again.
The next thing on our agenda is chief of police report.
Hopefully everybody found the chief report on there. This is a fourth quarter report from last year, and I'm just emphasizing that because of the finance guy advising that the report was up in November. His report lines up in December. So it's basically based on our meeting schedule in December. They got put over in January, they got put over again. So, but it is a fourth quarter report, so it won't be totally up to the minute. Because it's for the last quarter of 2025. Present quarter report, which is intended to provide a comprehensive and transparent overview of the activities, priorities, challenges, and achievements of the Mission Iwasaki Police Service for the past reporting period. As I mentioned, that reporting period is the fourth quarter of 2025. This report is designed to walk the board through operation performance, community engagement efforts, financial staffing considerations, and strategic initiatives currently underway or in development. It reflects both the progress made in the areas where continued focus and improvement are required as we work to meet our mandate and serve our communities effectively and respectfully. I trust that the information provided here will assist the board in remaining fully informed and engaged in the oversight and the governance of the service. Should any board member wish to explore specific matters in greater detail, I welcome the opportunity for further one-on-one discussions, priority as it relates to interest, priorities, or concerns of your respective communities. On behalf of the service, I'd like to sincerely thank the board for your continued guidance, leadership, and unwavering support. Your direction and collaboration remain essential to our shared goal of strengthening community safety, trust, and service delivery across the Anishinaabe Nation. I look forward to continued work together and feedback or discussion arising from the report. On page 4 of the report, it's an update on the staffing. Human resources posted 8 jobs between June 27th and September 24th. We filled 10 vacant positions. Those 6 were officer positions and 4 were civilian positions. All jobs posted were filled successfully, and those 3 newly introduced positions: fleet coordinator, second was benefits administrator, and then sergeant to the Northwest region. This is all part of our ongoing opt-in plan when we went into CSPA as we continue to grow with our new positions, and these are just some of them reflected here. If you look in, it shows you that we had in the crime unit, detective constables, we got the detective constable complement with 4 officers there, their name. Also, detective sergeant in professional standards bureau. Brad Morrow was the successful candidate there. He came over from crime, and it is a promotion for him. Civilian, we hired a new compensation and benefits administrator. Fleet coordinator, Carver Shaw was successful in getting the fleet coordinator position. Quartermaster, with the retirement of Shelley, our long-serving member, we filled the quartermaster position with Lisa, who was already there, working alongside as Shelley's assistant. She was successful in getting the position. An administrative sergeant was added to Northeast region. Stan Sutherland was a successful person for that position. All 3 regions will get an administrative sergeant. I think the Central region is the only one left without an administrative sergeant right now, because Northwest got Paul Howard. So there's one more position to fill as far as the administrative sergeant to go across the 3 regions. We hired another mechanic, and James Bryson. He's already been on the road lots. We've had we're moving vehicles in and out of the north right now on the winter roads, and they've been going in and doing upgrades and upkeeps to the vehicles using the winter road system, and ensuring that all our vehicles are maintained. We now have 3 mechanics One is actually the fleet coordinator as well, but we have three mechanics that travel throughout our communities. Experienced officer new hires, we heard Sean Lee, Luke LaMarche, and Darren Prince. These all were experienced officers. They came from municipal forces, and they're all working in crime units, all have crime backgrounds. Two are in the northeast and one's in central. Career failures and presentations. There's a list here. You can see, and this, like I say, reflects the fourth quarter presentations, not the year presentations, just the fourth quarter. Some of the spots that our recruitment team has been into. Officer applications in progress. Now this one does reflect from January to November. We had 1,025 applications. 9 applicants withdrew, 212 have been deferred for various reasons. 78 have been hired, and we have 726 active applications. Leave of absences during the reporting period. The service continued to work collaboratively with supervisors and detachment commanders to senior leadership to support member health and safety, operational readiness. This includes ongoing monitoring of workplace injuries, early intervention following incidents, and strengthening communication related to return to work planning and accommodation processes. This quarter, the service observed an increase in exposure-related incidents of physical injuries, many of which occurred during arrests or interactions with individuals. These types of high-risk encounters contributed directly to several WSIB submissions, including 5 exposure-related no lost time reports in July. Additionally, multiple lost time physical injury claims were reported by members attending the Ontario Police College. I think one class we had 3 injuries in police college. In these cases, officers sought medical treatment not only for the acute injuries, but also to manage the potential future health implications arising from workplace exposures. We do send them back once they're healed. We send them back on a future course because generally these injuries are obviously not their fault. They're injured in the training. The psychological well-being of members remains a key focus. Despite active efforts to provide early support and encourage members to seek assistance before symptoms escalate, the service received 2 psychological related WSIB lost time claims during this quarter, one involving a recurrence from an August-September claim. The service continues to work closely with members of peer support teams. And leadership and leadership as well to address mental health concerns proactively with the goal of reducing the number and duration of psychological injury related absences. Short-term disability activity for the period reflected a range of non-work related medical concerns. A total of 8 STD or short-term disability claims were submitted July-September, with the majority of members returning to work before the end of the reporting cycle. One submitting member from a previous period transitioning from short-term to long-term. The service will continue to collaborate with leaders and address emergency risks, promote early reporting and treatment, and support staff and time return to work outcomes for members. So if you're on page 7 now, workplace safety insurance board claims, it just shows, well, actually, they went beyond the quarter. I asked them for the quarter, but a little bit beyond the quarter. They're speaking from July instead of September, but 5 no loss claims, 2 lost time claims. August, we had 1 lost time claim. Actually 2. September, 1 lost time claim. Short-term disability, uniform and civilian 3 claims were submitted in July for non-work related medical reasons. All members have returned to work. In August, the 2 claims submitted, 1 member has returned to work. September, 3 claims submitted, 2 members have returned to work. So we're doing well getting people back to work with the processes we have in place, but still some off. I think we're doing well in that area to get the people back to work. 1 civilian member from the previous reporting period transitioned from short-term to long-term disability and remains off work. Page 8 of the report, it shows you the the NAPS leaves as per region. There's just a graph there that shows you, obviously the green is the WSIB, and the other two colors, the yellowish gold is long-term disability, and the blue is short-term disability. Per region, we have one long-term in Northeast, two in long-term in Central, nobody in long-term in Northwest. Northeast has one in short-term, and so does Northwest, and Central has 3. So total of 31 leads right there. Health and safety update. The Health and Safety Committee has hosted its final quarterly meeting for 2025. We're actively following up on the number of initiatives, including updating the committee terms of reference, getting additional members certified, ensuring we have officers representatives from all regions, ensuring safe storage and disposal of used motor oil from our fleet vehicle oil changes in each community, as their landfills do not have a hazardous waste disposal program. And health and safety boards are up to date with current meetings and related documents. On to the Northwest Region report, as described by Inspector Jason Gatto, the inspector in charge of Northwest Region. There are going some changes over there. He refers to exciting changes, changes, expands administrative capacity to better support the officers serving the communities, ensuring they have the right resources and equipment to carry out their duties effectively. Jim Andrews joined the Northwest Region in the role of acting staff sergeant, where he oversees daily operations across the 12 communities. And acting staff sergeant Andrew was offered an extension to his role and continues to work tirelessly to ensure daily operation needs. So he's acting in that position, but he's doing very well, so we extended him as opposed to replacing him at this point. So at some point in the near future, we'll be probably advertising that position. Jim Andrews and a number of others will have the opportunity to apply. In September, Knox Neal joined the Northwest Region Command Team as Office Administrator. He came from Indigenous Services Canada, or so she did. She brings a wealth of knowledge, strong skill set, exceptional work ethic to the region. Snapshot this, Paul Howarth is, as I mentioned earlier, is now the admin sergeant there. That's a new position that will help the region with the ongoing administration required based on not only the CSBA, but the growth that we've been making over the last 18 months, 14 months. Thus far in 2025 calendar year, the Northwest Region has welcomed 17 new officers. So that's just to the 17th, to the Northwest Region. 17 new officers have successfully completed their field training and are already making a positive impact in respective communities. In addition, we're pleased to announce that the recent arrival of 7 new constables who joined the communities. So that's a total of 24. These officers are eager to introduce themselves to the community. And some of them still on probation, obviously. Northwest Region is currently short 20 officers, with 14 being on various forms of leave, extended training, temporary promoted to specialty positions, and we work to obviously to recruit more for those openings. We're allowed to train 20 per class. And we have 20 in OPC right now. We just graduated 17 before Christmas. That was one of the ones where we had a couple injured. So yeah, we're doing well. We're on track as far as hiring. There's a snapshot here in the Northwest Region of just showing you how many officers in each community, how many are allotted at this point. And some of those numbers will grow as the allotted numbers will grow as we continue to grow because of our opt-in plan. There will be no no community with less than 9 officers allotted to the community. And depending on the call volume, or we call it workload analysis, some of them will be getting more than that. But every community will have more, as we continue the opt-in process, you know, that's a, you know, 5 to 6, 7 year plan. As our service continues to grow and officer confidence, demand for strong, effective supervision also increases. So NAPS promoted 4 sergeants in the Northwest region, and the sergeants are listed here. 2 at Bearskin, 1 at Cat Lake, and 1 at Wheeling. With the addition of above sergeant, we were able to increase the total number of supervisors in both Bearskin and Severn's Atchville Lake cluster and the Cat Lake Deer Lake cluster. Northwest region continues to work on with NAN Legal and other stakeholders on the restorative justice in the communities. That's an ongoing initiative. Other community initiatives continue to encourage officers to act and participate in community events, be visible, positive presence within the communities. Officers have been making strong efforts to attain local gatherings and schools, as well as contributing by hosting and participating in a variety of presentations. Officers have been delivering presentations throughout the year, a variety of topics, including but not limited to drug and alcohol abuse, cyberbullying, and fire safety. These presentations will continue to bring education awareness to the community. Sorry, I just hit the signal finger and through. Okay. And the youth. It mentions here that Muskrat Dam is nearly the completion of their pilot project for communities to the emergency 911 call number, and continued rides, festive rides going on since Christmas. On to page. Let's skip over some of this. Page 12, detachment residents. NAPS remains committed to improving ability of detachments. The residents for officers, we are continuing to renovate, repair, and construct facilities to provide safer and more comfortable working conditions. These improvements will contribute to increased morale across the service. By the end of November, officers in Muskrat Dam and Fort Silvers will be residing in new residences that were delivered to the community during the ice road season. These residences will allow for better living conditions with the opportunity to increase the number of officers posted in the community. So as everybody in the room knows that we do build a couple of detachments on a cycle. In the interim, some of the growth of putting officers in the community won't grow at the same speed as some of our new detachment builds with accommodations. So we're putting in temporary accommodations. We have 9 builds that we're doing, and a number of trailers and other living quarters. And this is just an example of some of those living quarters that have gone into place in the Northwest region. Eventually, when all detachments are cycled through at the end of their life, the new detachments will all have accommodations built in. NAPS continues to engage with community leadership regarding future detachment construction. It remains a key goal of NAPS management to ensure that every community is served with safe, functional, well-equipped detachments and residents. And as mentioned earlier, we have 2 headquarters on the go. Sioux Lookout's already been started, and Timmins is there's been a spot selected, and hopefully that'll move fairly quickly to get things in place as far as architecture and structure, all the stuff that myself as chief of police is way out of my case deal, but there's a lot of work going there on that Timmins building. Work with community leadership on border control, tackling the drug and alcohol crisis, assist with recruitment of officers, and this is some of the ongoing things. Vital communities leadership continue to meet objective, ensuring all officers work alone. We see that reflected now, and we do a Monday morning meeting every week, and you see that reflected now, just how many communities have backup, so to speak. When I came back to the service, maybe 2 years ago in March, we had a lot of communities with still with only one officer working. Now it's very rare to hear any more than one community with less than 2 officers in the community working at every given time. So we are making progress, and we hope to continue that. Central Region report. Central Region is comprised of 9 communities in the Ottawa, Shibboleth, and tribal council areas. Central Region is, the NAPS region. Central Region has a complement of 45 uniformed constables, 6 uniformed sergeants, all stationed throughout the 9 Central Region communities. These positions are allocated for the following manner, and it tells you here what each detachment has as far as uniformed sergeants and constables working. Like I say, these are all figures that are fluid as we continue along in the our opt-in trend for the CSPA. All these numbers grow as far as the detachments. Our biggest detachment at the end of the day will be 27 officers. That'll be on the northeast side. But none will have any fewer than, none of the remote communities will have any fewer than 9. I have a little bit of a problem with my computer. Every time I tap the screen, it just figure it goes away. So, Central Region is projected to reach 90 officers within the 10 years under the opt-in, which I mentioned, and they're about halfway to the target. Continue recruitment, training, community partnerships will support growth, improving service delivery, and long-term stability. Annual staff evaluations are current and show no significant concerns. Community visits have been completed in 9 communities for 2025, with relationship engagement continuing as a priority. Operation leads are monitored through ship briefing reports and community input to guide staffing and resources. That's just speaking to the communities have to meet with or the officers have to meet with the communities monthly, and they put in a report to us on community issues, what work's being done, and what the hotspots are, all that stuff. So that's monthly, but we also do a weekly report in on Monday mornings. So and we get the updates there as well. Infrastructure progress includes 2 residents delivered to Nunavik and Webakwe. They're not yet operational due to site delays. The fully operational new Skandiga detachment and a new resident scheduled for delivery to Elton in the winter of 2026. A new detachment for Casablanca is planned, supporting the community's high call volumes. 2 new sergeants were assigned in 2025, allowing the region to expand from 2 clusters to 3 and improve the constable to sergeant ratio. And he speaks about, because this year is year-end, about the December and New Year ride checks. Community issues in the Central Region. Despite more resignations, staffing remains adequate, supported by overtime and an addition of 12 new constables. The current 14 on, 14 off schedule, combined with required training and leave, continues to strain resources, but future increases will help. Alcohol and drug issues remain major contributors to crime. NAPS is collaborating with communities, enhancing intelligence gathering and launching a border protection this next year. 2 new DARE officers, Constable Troy Roderick in Skandiga and Constable Dakota Vaca in Martin Falls will deliver youth drug resistance programming. Mental health concerns continue with 161 mental health related calls in the Central Region. We see that across the region, so mental health calls have gone up a lot in our communities and in each region. I don't know if there's any extra assistance on the ground with the mental health calls other than the police, but because we seem to be fielding a lot of mental health calls. Officers will maintain close collaboration with leadership and medical staff to support affected individuals. Between May and November 16, 2025, Central Region has recorded 6,300 occurrences under several different occurrence types, but the following are considered more serious. I went and moved the stats to the end of this report so I can do comparators. So once we get through the northeast piece, we'll show a comparator of calls for service based on the three regions. So the northeast region, this report was submitted by, that last one I just read was submitted by Inspector Cece. Northeast has got Detective Inspector Chris Eisenbach as the acting regional commander for the time being. The Northeast region is made up of 13 communities that stem along the James Bay coastline. 5 communities, Muniskin, Attawapskat, Saskatchewan, Port Albany, and Moose Factory that are remote and reachable by air, train, or winter road. The remaining 8 communities are road accessible. The board provides an overview of the Northeast region's operations. In the third quarter, Northeast region had the following updates with respect to additional recruits. We had the men sergeant I spoke about, 6 new recruits that were deployed to Saskatchewan, Constance Lake, Attawapskat, Saskatchewan, to the Moose Factory. Successful candidate for the men sergeant was Stan Sutherland. With the complement of officer continuously growing, the region has been working closely with Mushkegowuk and a facilities manager consultant to require additional housing to accommodate the growing need. Constance Lake First Nation has commenced on the site preparation to accommodate new residents that will be able to house 6 officers, and that'll be done soon. Furthermore, in 2026, residents in Port Albany, Moose Factory, Saskatchewan, and Attawapskat are slated to be completed for new officers. Ground has been broken for new detachments in both Brunswick House and Attawapskat, and in the spring of 2026 will include TTN and will allow for adequate and effective policing in those communities. So, some of the current issues in the Northeast region. Skimming over this, of course, drugs and alcohol continue to be affecting the health and well-being of the communities. Northeast region recognizes police enforcement as not the only means of keeping our communities safe, and have made it a priority to focus on preventative and educational measures as well. The region has commenced utilizing community resource team, which we call our CERT team, to deliver viable presentations across the region. Since inception, our DARE and CERT teams have conducted over 50 classroom presentations on a wide array of topics from bullying to drug awareness and education. Special units such as Intel, the emergency response team, crime, work alongside our local officers to combat individuals involved in trafficking and distribution. Special units have continued to increase their competence, allowing to target these issues on several fronts. And I think anybody from the board following social media will see that we're doing a lot of drug work. You're probably seeing quite often, you'll see 2 or 3 buses a week throughout the NAPS catchment areas. So we're ensuring that those messages are getting out. Response to the community is one of the drugs out of the community. And there has been a lot of work and continues to be a lot of work being done. Of course, it's a big problem everywhere, so we want to make sure that we stay on top best we can, working with the communities. The North region is comprised of 30 communities. It just shows a snapshot here on page 17 of where the allocations of constables are, where the vacancies are. So there's those numbers again will continue to grow. I won't read them all because I know everybody here will probably peruse them on their own. I like to read and get that those pieces. So next, this is the statistical part that I mentioned. By region, Northeast region, and Northwest region. So all the regions are captured here. The first one here is Northwest region. You can see the types of calls: arson 3, assaults 167. That goes through attempt suicides at 65, and goes everything you can. Worthy of note here is Mental Health Act calls, 141 calls in that quarter. That's a lot of calls for mental health. And the total calls for service for the Northwest region was 3508, so 3,508 calls in that quarter. So busy region. You see, Bruce, those numbers. We took the numbers of weapons, threats, drugs, just to show you the different offenses that are taking place in the Northeast region. A snapshot of how they are comparatively with the Northeast region is the busiest region with 4,754 calls in that same time frame. Mental Health Act, you'll see another, there's 174 calls there. And like I say, when we see this, we don't see a lot of outside of policing, we don't see a lot of resources being adjusted community-wise to resources being given to them in respect to communities dealing with the high rises in mental health calls. So I think that's something that down the road, so hopefully can be addressed with leaderships and governments as to just the vast. And we go in the next, the central region. Once again, see the mental health calls, 237 in the central region. That's a 4-month period. That's just mental health issues. Attempt suicide, threat suicide, 169 calls. A 4-month period. And 3,783 calls during that time frame. So all the regions are busy, and there's a lot of work being done, but of course there's a lot of work yet to be done. Professional standards report, page 21. Just kind of a snapshot of the number of complaints that we're dealing with. As of the month of December 2025, the Cheneviaska Police Services legislated under the Community Safety and Policing Act. The Professional Standards Bureau is well on its way operating and ensuring compliance under these guidelines, ensuring that the NAPS communities follow the guidelines. New processes and tracking software have been implemented. Education sessions for NAPS members remains ongoing, and the website has been updated to point the public in the right direction when they're looking to file a complaint. Professional Standards has been participating in provincial groups which have been providing guidance on provincial standards, supporting NAPS Professional Standards Bureau, and continuing to implement new and improved processes in compliance with the CSPA. The last report from Professional Standards was January 2025 to May 2025. Since January 25, the 31 files created for actionable items. The 31 files do not include the outstanding matters from 24. The board report will cover new and completed files from June 25 to November 2025. From June to November, Professional Standards received 16 new matters of various complaint types, which were reported and reviewed and are in various stages of process. Of these 16 instances, LECA, which is the law enforcement complaints agency, was notified of 7 of them. NAPS PSP is required to notify LECA in certain circumstances. For instance, if a member of the public witnessed or was impacted by an incident which may constitute misconduct. 6 of the new complaints were from the Northwest, and 10 of the new complaints were from the Northeast. 5 of these matters are still in active status. 1 additional matter is pending completion and disposition, and another additional matter is pending completion of an investigation by another service. Therefore, 7 of these 16 matters remain open. 9 of these 16 matters have been resolved and are included in resolved numbers. Since June, there has been 3 members placed on administrative leave pending completion of their PhD criminal investigations. Recently, OPP completed a criminal investigation in relation to the 2024 incident. Criminality was not found. Another complaint following the same officer in 2024, which an accused was charged and misconduct alleged, has also been completed. These two 2024 files are currently under review by the professional standards for next steps and have been included in new files listed above. So since June, PSB has disclosed 21 matters. Keep in mind, all these matters were misconduct, substantiated dispositions are decided by internal disposition committee. So we formed a disposition committee comprised of the deputy, superintendent, myself, HR, PSB, in order to ensure that fairness and transparency and when it comes to dispositions. 4 of the completed complaints were at headquarters, 1 from Central, 11 from Northeast, and 1 from North, or 5 from Northwest. There are 4 chief complaints closed from 2024. There were 6 chief complaints closed from 2025, all substantiated. All 6 matters were resolved informally. Combined total of 226 hours was removed from members' banks. 2 of the 6 matters are also incorporated use of force refresher training in the disposition. All 6 members all received letters on file for 2 years from the date they accepted the disposition, as long as no other discipline is in place on file for the 2-year period. A summary of the CSBA charges substantiated are as follows. Neglects to duty, 4. Conduct undermines public trust, 3. Please note some of the files have more than CSBA allegations. 1 civilian complaint, which was resolved through performance management. There were 3 complaints received from LECA, were resolved. 2 complaints were screened out by LECA and not referred to NAPS PSP for investigation. 1 was referred to NAPS PSP for investigation, but PSP investigator was successfully able to formally resolve. 6 public complaint inquiries were resolved. 1 public complaint file was created, information was forwarded to PSP and did not require action. 5 public complaint inquiries were resolved at conversation regional level. So as you can see, our PSP is very active, following the oversight bodies, the work that they need to do in respect to that. Skip by a couple pages because Jason did his financial report already, and the criminal investigations. All crime units are responsible for oversight of benchmark occurrences within their respective regions. In addition to reviewing benchmark occurrences, detectives assist from frontline officers in 10 communities when a major occurrence takes place. But it's not limited to all sudden deaths, attempt murders, sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, arson, and other occurrences need to have crime units expertise utilized. We have seen a significant increase in major cases as the OPP has been asking us to assist them in major files. In specific cases where CID would engage, we are now actively investigating all call types internally with minimal support from outside agencies. So that's a good thing that we can, we're self-sufficient in those areas. Northwest Crime Unit currently consists of 2 members based at the NAPS location, 1 acting detective and 1 detective constable. 2 additional detective constables have been added to current complement, however, yet to begin their new roles. We still have to transition from the field. Detectives are assigned to investigate and provide direction and support for all major incidents within the 12 attachments in the Northwest. Just mentions here our shortages again, another detective sergeant in that region and a detective on WSID. And there's 3 detective constables awaiting transition. Northeast region, Northeast Crime Unit consists of 5 members, 1 acting detective and 3 detective constables. 1 additional detective constable is added to the current complement on a temporary basis to provide additional assistance. Our crime units are very, very busy. We have a lot of threshold occurrences. The crime units every weekend very, very busy. Central Region Crime Unit, once again, 4 members, 1 acting detective, 3 detective constables. And we have the shortages there, and we have to wait to transition from the field. Benchmark occurrences by region, so this is your major crimes. You'll see Northeast region has the most, and Northwest and Central are pretty much around the same area, just over 100 crimes. For major cases. The major case management unit currently consists of 1 member based on the NAPS general headquarters in Thunder Bay. The current workload is overwhelming, and we're actively trying to implement an investigative system goal for major case management. Once again, this is a part of our plan, is have a assistant in the major case management. We got a very successful applicant a couple of years back for MCM. She's amazing, she's doing great work. She's just got too much work now, so we have an assistant position we need to fill for that. But it is part of our, like I say, part of our growth, and part of it is something that we would be prescribed later on. So we're working on that. Police liaison team, or PLT. Duties of the NAPS PLT members are structured to support crime prevention, law enforcement, victim assistance, public order maintenance, emergency response, and administration. These duties often are both operational and administrative, and are to be carried out consistent with NAPS police orders. We had in August 2025, we hired Bob Simon back. He was a former NAPS officer that went to Thunder Bay City Police for about 19 years, but he's back with us now. He was successful in the position of PLT coordinator, and has began the initial stages of moving the team forward. We have a number of part-time PLT members that Bob coordinates to support crime prevention, law enforcement, victim assistance, public order maintenance, and emergency response administration. They have been a great asset. Bob's been a great asset since he's been back with us. As I mentioned, he started with us, but he's been out there. It's been busy. All crime units are extremely busy with an influx of ongoing major incidents. With the current staffing shortages is a concern for officer well-being. NAPS Command has developed a 5-year staffing plan to address this and increase the number of members in each crime unit, which has began, and we are hopeful to fill active vacancies shortly. In the interim, the crime unit continues to fill voids utilizing the crime unit support program. We call it CUSP, where we put people in there temporarily. It builds their skill sets, and it also assists the crime unit. As the legislative requirements increase, as do the demands for our investigations, OPP, who once were able to take care of significant cases, are providing more of an assisting role as NAPS crime continues to evolve. With every evolving changes related to training, case law, and public complaint oversight, it's critical to foster investigative excellence. Remember, the crime unit can meet the mission statement of the county as the police service. Protect persons and property through crime prevention, community education, and appropriate law enforcement. This in turn will ensure harmonious and healthy communities. We continue to set the standard and provide weekly training for interviewing during blog sessions, as well as provide online learning for a variety of topics. Grinding has recently transitioned to a new schedule, implementing 10-hour work days, 4 on, 3 off. This will hopefully aim to achieve a better work-life balance alongside increased reality. That was at the request of the members. They wanted a different schedule. We obviously, as management, want to speed up, as long as the coverage is there and we're fulfilling our commitments. We certainly want to work with the membership to get them a schedule that with better work-life balance for them and for their mental health. On the next page, we're looking at the Survivor Assistance Support Program, or SASP. Is the acronym for that one. Crime Unit oversees NAPS Survivor Assistance Program. SASP mandate is to make immediate and compassionate contact with any victim, survivor of sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, or human trafficking. The program ensures victims are informed of the status of their cases, provide timely and appropriate referrals, and regular check-ins to support their emotional and psychological well-being as their cases move through the justice system. Rooted in a victim-centered and trauma-informed approach, the SAT priorities the dignity, safety, and autonomy of survivors at every stage of the process. Workers are trained to recognize the complex impacts of trauma, responding with empathy, patience, and cultural sensitivity. In some instances, program workers have formed such meaningful and trusting relationships with survivors that have been invited to attend remote court sessions at the request of the victims. To provide emotional support and ensure that the survivor feels empowered and heard. So SAS is a unit that was created a number of years ago for support of victims. In summer 2025, 2 new survivor support workers joined the program. They're mentioned here under the guidance of Detective Carly Drews. She runs the unit, continues to fostering a deeply rewarding work environment for staff and find profound job fulfillment through advocacy, connection, and the positive impact they make on the lives of survivors. The work not only enhances the safety and healing of individuals, but also strengthens community trust and overall well-being of the regions they serve. We're very proud of that program, the SAS program, and the work we do with survivors. We can move on to the fleet report. We bought 3 new prisoner transport units. They've all been outfitted, completed outfitting the crime unit, K9, the dog requires, the canine unit requires a special truck, with special, adaptations to the truck, so that unit's all in place, as is a kennel for the, the handler, the dog is at his home. Continue work on preparing ice road trucks, to ensure all units complete before 2026 ice road season, sorry. So I mentioned that earlier, that we're moving a lot of trucks in and out of the winter roads. Significant vehicle acquisitions were initiated this quarter to support frontline regional operation needs. So we got 27 frontline trucks, new trucks, 7 command staff trucks, 1 professional standards bureau explorer, 4 emergency response teams trucks, 2 administrative explorers for the Northwest region, 12 ATVs and 12 snow machines purchased this fiscal year. So we're also putting snowmobiles back into the communities and ATVs back in the communities. A number of years ago, they were all pulled out, decommissioned, or sold off, whatever you want to call it. But we're putting that back into the communities, ensuring that there's that equipment in place. The training will have to evolve because every officer has to be trained on both snowmobiles and ATVs if they're going to operate. Fleet maintenance and operational support, ongoing maintenance of the current fleet remains a major focus. The fleet technicians support extensive repair and retrofitting efforts throughout the board. Notably, the service experienced an increase in vandalism related to vehicle damage, which required frequent travel, often multiple days per week, to ensure effective units were repaired and service promptly. So we had a number of vehicles analyzed over this past year, but it happens. Continuous work was carried out to retrofit new vehicles while maintaining existing ones, ensuring minimal disruption to frontline operations. On page 30, just basically says data. We have 72 marked units. The average kilometers traveled over 1 million kilometers. Fair work averages 350, I guess that's hours. Tires replaced on average 80. IT report. So now we're into the IT video surveillance systems and attachments. We have to continue to upgrade some of this technology. Video surveillance systems and attachments. New detachment camera system been installed in 21 locations and already proven beneficial due to their easy use of quick download capabilities. The CCTV project continues to advance with remaining hardware sorted for deployment. So CCTV cameras and attachments and residences. Microsoft 365 email migration to the cloud. This is a new system that we went with. The Microsoft 365 migration was successful in May of 2025. And services such as Exchange Online has already demonstrated significant benefits for server outages and periods of heavy load. So we haven't had any outages for quite some time. Initial transition provided access to fully licensed cloud-based collaboration tools such as Microsoft Terms and SharePoint. All systems just to make everything more streamlined and effective and efficient as a service. The move from on-premise email to cloud has streamlined operations and introduced robust features for better communication and collaboration. Server infrastructure upgrades. The current main server stack is approaching its end of life, and planning for an upgrade is underway. This initiative will involve migrating critical workloads to a modernized virtual environment with improved performance. So I mean, this just shows that we're keeping up with technology, the ever-changing technology. Infrastructure, we have an infrastructure overview here. Report provides a high level of major activities. So key activities, October 2025, continued consultations and collaborations on 6 new detachment builds out of Wabascat, Brunswick House, Michigan, Muskrat Dam, Muscanaga, and Taquay-Tecumseh. And we developed a standardized set of mandatory drawings, templates for all future detachment builds to ensure consistency, efficiency across the infrastructure portfolio. So that's all detachments. We have small, medium, large plans. But as I mentioned earlier, like the headquarters, typically it's a one-off. It's going to be designed in respect to it being a headquarters and not a detachment. Review timelines and requirements associated with identifying the next 3 detachments built, recognizing we have a 12 to 24-month window to need to finalize agreements. Prepared a presentation called Building Safer Communities Infrastructure Modernization Initiative to be distributed through communities detailing the benefits of NAPS building new detachments. November 2025 began evaluating a short list of recommended sites for upcoming detachment builds at Fisher Lake, Keewaywood, Costas Lake, Deer Lake, Poplar Hill, North Spirit Lake, Nimivic, and Slate Falls, and initiated the complete building assessment due to numerous deficiencies that protect needs. I'm willing to have repaired in Muscanaga and Martin Falls new detachments. So we were having problems with some of the new detachments. The deficiencies weren't getting repaired by the builders, but I think that's being addressed. And Martin Falls, they told, I just heard this week that Martin Falls, all the deficiencies have been covered by Ken Gold's building there. Coordinated planning for a new residential unit installation scheduled for summer 2025. Initiated planning for electrical and furnace upgrades across multiple locations. So some of the ongoing repairs and maintenance of the furnaces have to be replaced. Advanced planning related to 9 prefabricated houses. I mentioned this earlier, but 9 prefabricated houses scheduled for construction through the spring and fall of 2025, including logistics of the winter road delivery during 25-26 season. So this season, first sites are selected are Constance Lake and Everton. Prepared recommendations for new residential housing sites in Sandy Lake, Arrowhead, Moose Factory, Everton, and attachment post locations not selected for the upcoming build cycle. They oversaw the Northwest Regional Headquarters project at Sioux Lookout, confirming remains on track for the fall of 2026 completion. But it's on track to be completed at this point. Completed planning for potential Northeast Regional Headquarters, and that's the tip. Excuse me. State report. We're almost there. Progress achieved, strengthened understanding of infrastructure requirements for proposed regional offices, advanced planning efforts through targeted consultations. Notable developments, summary of detached and infrastructure projects, meet the objective of completing the 3 new builds every 2 years. So that's our goal, 3 new builds every 2 years. 3 new locations have been selected, have to be selected by the fall. And the short list is sites including Kingfisher, Kiwale, Constance Lake, Deer Lake, Bob, Yarmouth, Deer Lake, and the Vegas. Capital repairs, all capital repair projects are substantially complete, with only a minor lot grading pending to finish by mid-July. This would have been last year. Housing projects, residential units were being installed summer 25 in Weber Way, Summer Beaver, Port 7, North Spirit, and Muskrat Dam. Most locations have been completed with the exception of Summer Beaver, Nunavik, and North Spirit Lake. Upgrades, electrical furnace upgrades will be carried out on multiple sites, 25 projects. Regional headquarters projects, construction is progressing well, as we mentioned. In the Sioux Lookout, the project includes upgrades to existing hangar and construction of 16,000 square feet of office and 5 new bedroom residence. Northeast headquarters planning is complete and the project is ready to advance pending approval. We have those approvals, it's just in the architects. Oh. And as mentioned earlier, Canada's weighed in on funding for the 2 headquarters projects. So it takes some of the heat off of Ontario in respect to having to flip the bill for that whole, both those projects. Next steps, 26, confirmation of short list of properties, increasing engagement for stakeholders, identification of potential risks, ready for the next phase. So that's the building report, and that's the end of the chief's report. Quick, lengthy, but I think also very thorough with respect to the regional updates from regional commanders.
Well, that's a very detailed, long report. A lot of hard work involved in it. In all that work has been done in various sectors of our operations. But I got a question. Question is this: how many First Nations officers are altogether?
How many First Nations?
Yeah.
I don't have that number for you, but I can get it for you.
Okay.
So how we identify First Nations is basically from the payroll system. But that doesn't capture Indigenous officers, that just captures First Nations officers. So as we know, because if you're Métis or Inuit under the, down to section 35 of the Constitution, Indigenous can be outside of that. So we have no mechanism for capturing Indigenous officers, and that's something we're going to look at going forward. But I can give you First Nations officers. I have to go through payroll to get an up-to-date number, and I can do that.
We must have a plan in relation to how we try to recruit from our own First Nation.
Yeah, we do actually. We have several plans, and our cadet program is part of that plan. We're trying to establish our special constable program for the Northern Border Control is another way we want to recruit from within the communities. We're sending the officers into the communities, and we've also supplied kits to the community for recruiting within the communities. So that is our target, is the demographic, but obviously because we're and police, we want to get members from the communities. One of the things that we identified was interesting that we identified in our last go around with recruitment and special constables from the communities for the Northern Border Control program was half our applicants, and we're not talking a big number of applicants, but half of the applicants didn't have driver's licenses. And they're at various stages of just didn't have good applicants, but in order to drive our police vehicles, liability reasons, they have to have a driver's license. So I brought this up now a couple of times in respect to that, that we should be looking to do something outside of policing to ensure, you know, that get some help for people that are good applicants, because they're probably missing out in other areas too. To my knowledge, I don't know of any of the northern like flying communities that they go into driver testing. So it's at the expense of the individual flying. So those are little things that I think that we have to keep in mind. And if that's what's stopping people from applying, because our applications, you know, you pull up our application online, it says, you know, you gotta be 19 years old, you gotta be physically fit, you gotta have this education, and you gotta have a driver's license. And I just wonder how many people through this process, how many people get to that point and go, oh, I'm out, I don't have a driver's license. I can drive better than most people, but I don't have a license. So, but I think that's more, you know, a community political thing. A push there, right? So, but we'd like to see that, because I think it would help us.
Yeah, I just wanted to know about that training. The officers that are in the community, I think, what I'd like to see them doing too is, going into our schools, you know, going into our schools and letting know our young ones, the students, the kind of, put that, get that into them, kind of, you know, like showing them what they do, and if they, you know, try to encourage in that way too, with our students or the younger generation, especially the ones that are in the older grades, maybe grades 8, 7, and 8, right there, and then we have our internet at high school too, and probably go there too, and kind of encourage them to about policing services and how they could be involved in that. And those are just my thoughts.
We have we formed a community resource team, just for those reasons as well, this cert that I talked about. Now, as we continue to grow capacity, we're gonna be able to do a lot more of that, and your points are well taken, because, I mean, that's the key, the education of the youth growing up, and also, you know, just to show them what a good career could be for community members in respect to, you know, there's a lot of benefits to it. When the communities were historically policed, you know, as recently as a couple of years ago, it's maybe one officer working or two officers working. Sometimes they don't have the same latitude to get out there and do those extras. But as we continue to grow, that's also what we want to grow, is ensuring that now we have more officers. You're not all on calls. Somebody be in the school. So that's something we're going to encourage, and especially from a recruitment aspect.
So how many officers do we have now?
314.
314.
And we have 20 in police company.
We have 180 still to go.
Yeah, we are climbing to 520 is the goal. Okay. So. So the deputy was just saying he asked for an update on the First Nations through payroll.
Yep.
30%.
It's roughly 30% as of October, so I asked for it to update, so I can prepare one. I'll get it today, or tomorrow by the end, yeah, about 30% right now is
Status, so there may be other, like I say, indigenous people, but we have Yankee, workers as well.
Yeah.
It might be a little higher than that, you know, 40, 42. You don't think we're at 50?
Yeah, I just have a comment, and this goes on the attachment infrastructure projects. I know that when we started to get some built decade or so ago, or even longer, we established a list, kind of like what's here in this summary. And we had a list of like a dozen or so attachments that we were going to prioritize. And then even that list was kind of prioritized in a way, so that we could sort of pick off and know what's coming down. Is there any sort of strategy to that here with the Kingfisher Lake and the 8 or 9 detachments listed there that need be put on that short list? Is there a priority there? And also, does the board want to discover or to have a look at that priority list itself and make sure that it not only, I know that there's a need from the police service to be fine, but is there a thing where we're not saying it's just replacing everything from east to west? It's kind of got that you know, shared persona that we're going in the east, we're doing some in the west, we're doing some in the center.
I can definitely answer that. So in regards to the list that's put out there, what was put out was to the inspectors of the regions who best know their detachments, and they call it an end of life list. So what was happening, it was identified through the regional commands which communities that they would select first to see which ones get that re-up, to get that rebuild, as well as which communities don't have the appropriate residences for our officers to stay in. So then that would also be another list that we have, right? So that was put through the regional inspectors and the command staff just to identify where the end of life that they feel that they have requires a new detachment. And again, like the chief mentioned, that's also indicative of where we want to put our officers. So in order to get more officers in the community, which is the struggle that we're finding now, there's currently no beds, right? So where the detachment's going to go, depending on the 2 to 3 years, however that detachment builds, whenever a community can identify that first and foremost that they want that detachment, that now takes a duration of, let's say, 2 to 3 years. So the next step is, okay, well, currently where we're at right now to meet the demand to have the officers in the community in accordance with the increase of our officer plan. So what will happen is they'll either get provided a new residence, you know, to counteract that one detachment, but the lists are typically generated from basically how the current state of those detachments from a regional perspective.
Regional and obviously our infrastructure guy Ralph, you know, he's at the front with the regional. Having seen the buildings and what state of different end of life processes they're in. We've actually had a few communities not a lot, but it's that are unsure about taking in detachment because of their own infrastructure and sites, basically. We've had, so we had some stalls and that stuff. Community's not sure they want a new detachment or where they want it.
Yeah, and if they're not available at that time to meet the requirements, and you see it was put there. When I came in and took over from infrastructure, it was, well, what do our community leaderships know about what the requirements of them to obtain these detachments? Like, so we made a list that it's a little booklet basically that states, here's the requirements that each community is going to need, one of which is a project manager to help push the project, to help make sure that everything's in the timeline that we need. So that will be pushed out, as well as, like I said, we created the end of life list from each regional detachment or court for each region in accordance with our infrastructure and maintenance individual, Ralph. So everyone, like I say, Northeast has 11 detachments, so they're rated 1 to 11. And we just keep ticking off the box how they go. And when there's meetings had with the respective chief of councils, to say, hey, listen, you're up on this list, are you able to meet these demands, or do you want a new detachment at this time? If that makes any sense, right? And then depending on, okay, well, then you're gonna be getting so many officers, as per the opted plan. It doesn't meet that current state at this time. This is what will give you 2 to 3 years. It's not a tomorrow thing, it's basically a 2-year plan, 2 to 3 year plan, I guess. And if they don't have that, the ability to house those officers, then we look at where, okay, what residences then we need to put in, that do prefab residences. So that we can circumvent, the shortage of officers in those communities, right? So, and then once the detachment's built, then that residence, will still remain in the community. It's not a trailer, it's still remain in that community, to offset, community, housing.
Thank you very much. Very good report, I appreciate it. I have a comment, not so much a question, the report itself. I was told before Christmas, there was a youth suicide pact out there. And out of that pact was 7 young girls been lost already. The age group is around 13 years old. 12, 13, maybe 13-year-olds. And the girls, and they're both from mainly two communities, Sanchico and Kingfisher. And the challenge there was known as that because of confidentiality, the professional gamers cannot share information with each other, the nurse, mental health, or police. It becomes a police matter after the fact when the child is dead. I was just wondering what can be done, how do you deal with that? Because it seems to be taking place. So if it was 7 young girls, roughly same age, there is something going on there. And I heard about it when I saw it posted on Facebook by reliable people say, you heard what we've lost so far. There's a pack out there that they're following. So I was just wondering, how do you deal with that, with confidentiality? Is it the nurses and mental health counselors, psychologists talk to them, they cannot give that information to anybody else. So I was just wondering that, I thought I would just point out there because your reports, observations, your work is very detailed, but this one, I don't know where it fits, but it's a reality that's out there right now. So I thought I'll just mention because it wasn't mentioned to me deliberately as a NAPS person, maybe it was, I don't know. But it was mentioned to me to say, this is what's happening. So I thought I would just mention that. The other comment I'd like to make is that in regards to our recruitment, where are we in terms of our projections? Right now, you reported you have 1,025 applicants. And you got 1,025 received, 726 active, 78 new hires. How does that correspond? We must have some kind of projection. If we're looking for 500 officers at a certain point in time, I was wondering how that measures up.
We can only train 80 a year through police code. We're only allowed, they run 4 classes a year. We're allowed to run 20 per class. And initially, we had to fight for that. Initially, they were only going to give us 5 per class. And we said, well, how are we going to grow? What trajectory are we going to be on to grow when we probably lose 20 from attrition a year? So that 78 reflects those 80, the seats that we had, and we missed by 2, obviously, because of, whether it's injuries or whether people get hired and they decide once they, we even actually had one person, they went all through police college, and on their last day of police college, they quit. We assumed they probably went somewhere else, they didn't tell us, and we don't have to. But it's those kind of things. So we felt pretty good about hitting the 78 in that respect. But we also hired a number of seasoned officers as well. So I think we're on a good path, a good trajectory as far as the hiring goes. And we have to train all these people as well. So when they come on, they get coach officers and all that. So we have to ensure that we don't get over that capacity. But yeah, we're getting a lot more applications than anticipated. But there's probably there's a certain percentage that get filtered out pretty quick because of different reasons, like they're just applying for everything. They're looking for a job and they're not really, policing really one of the jobs they really want to do, but they put their applications in and we're able to filter those people out. I just wanted to also comment though to your suicide fact, because it's not the first suicide fact I've heard about in my many years of policing. And but when it comes to police and that confidentiality, certainly if we're investigating a suicide and we have any indications that there may be a pact or there may be other youth involved, we would obviously talk to them, and if we had any concerns, we would go to mental health professionals. We would not keep that information confidential within the policing service. I can't speak for the medical side of that, how they do their work, but certainly plays into those packs to help them out if they're identified without the pack itself committing suicide without any indications that there's more youth involved. It's really sad to hear. It's like I say, it's not a common phenomenon, but it does. I've seen it a couple of times in my career for sure. For several people that get and just young kids. Great.
I have another question. You reported on the leaves, the sick leaves.
Yeah.
A lot of officers, and I was just wondering for First Nation officers, are we engaged with psychological support, traditional practices? Yeah. I ask that because in many cases, the judicial support that's provided, I don't know how well it's put together in terms of qualifications that you're on, in terms of the scope, in terms of responsibilities, accountability. Because I think if we are trying to encourage First Nation officers, we have a different reality in terms of our mental, psychological look. And I think for those First Nation officers going through traumas, they'll need somebody that's able to relate to them from their cultural perspectives, values, principles. And I was just wondering if we had that traditional support right now. I don't know how it's set up. I don't know if it's just somebody off the street, or I don't know if the board was part of supporting it, because it's a complicated situation. And we should try to make sure that it's a good support that we will be developing. I imagine we'll be developing some kind of support along those lines.
I agree, we need that. I know we've had, historically, we had some officers come to us and not wanting to do, the mental health through, whether they want to go to a ceremony somewhere or what, we've supported that. But we don't have we don't have a in-house. I agree, that's probably something we should look at as a board in service. Because like I say, it's kind of been for us like a walk for if, I remember one of the officers coming to me years ago here and asking me if he could do, you know, traditional, go down the southern interior to a lodge to do his work. And we supported him 100% to do that. So we should probably look at something like this. Going forward, because there is, and most police services today probably run anywhere between 8 to 10%. You know, people want a 60 for PTSD for on the job stuff. And we have to meet those needs going forward if we're going to expect it now. Getting them the help or getting them the right help, you know, the help that's suitable, you know, it's culturally appropriate. Thank you.
Jason?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on some of the capital expenditures for construction. One thing, I know that you mentioned housing and certain communities are getting houses. That's fantastic, but I recall some time ago, we talked about, you know, a housing policy, and the idea was, I'm happy that we support housing for our officers, but if that's what we're doing as the general rule, then we should speak to that as a general policy. Because it seems to be, it happens in certain places, it doesn't happen in others. And I think at that time we mentioned that none of the communities have houses for officers. There's no free lunch. And I understand that, you know, when we get offered, there some may have options. But if we're focused specifically on, you know, officers living in community where they need to be, then we need to create a policy around that. It just, so that you, us, we can't go after the money. Because right now it seems to be, well, there's no place to stay, so we better provide a house, which is fine. I get it, but we're not pushing that agenda. I think, you know, as a general rule, or NAPS, where we say there are no police officers, there's no housing, first stations don't have the ability to provide it, and we need to figure out a policy and a way to do that for all of our constituents. Whether that's, you know, you build it, we'll rent it, or we'll build it and we'll own it, it doesn't matter to me. It just needs to be thought of in a way that all communities can look at it and say, you know, that represents the need that I have, because we're not doing that, I think, in a balanced way. Yeah.
Our intent is that every new detachment has housing. So we provide that housing. Under the old program, if you probably recall, housing was supposed to be provided by the communities. But that's done by the way. These can't provide their housing. So like I say, all our new detachments, and what we're saying for the ones that have, they're longer down the list as far as end of life, we still need to grow capacity of the police service within the community. That's why we're putting those houses in there. It's for the number of officers that we need to put down, have a bed for. And that's specifically what it's for.
And I understand it. Certainly, we're not gonna house, say, in Attawamska, 13 people in the detachment. That's not gonna happen.
And eventually, they get the new one.
And then, what I'm looking for is a framework that says, for example, if you're from the community, live in the community, that's where you're a member of, say, Saskatchewan or some other remote place, Bearskin, wherever. If you're a member there, if you happen to have a house where you live with your family, then these rules apply to you. If you're from, you know, outside, then this is how we're going to deal with your residential concern. You know, it just seems to be a little bit one-off, and the investments follow, right? So when a community looks out and goes, well, geez, you're providing housing in that community, and it's road access, and I have the same concern, and yet I'm, you know, I'm sort of on my own to do the things that I need to do to make sure that I have policing and safety looked after. All I'm suggesting is we need a consistent way so that when we go to explain to the chiefs, well, this is how we house and this is what we pay for, this is what we don't pay for. Because right now, again, it's very ad hoc. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not talking about need, everybody needs it. I'm talking about just making sure that we can explain the rules of residential, providing residential units to people, to our officers, that it applies across the board, that everybody understands this is how it works.
There is actually community members that don't want to live in the community. And they fly, they live outside the community, they fly in out for their 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So they choose to stay residences.
Well, even that, when you talk to your chiefs and they say, I want that person to live here.
Yeah.
Right, so like we just need to make sure that we have a roadmap so that everybody understands that, you know, we can't make people live where they don't want to live.
No, we can't force that. Yeah, I hear you.
But it's just more, this is more to do with capital investment. My concern is where and how and when we pay for it, including rental. I mean, there's a number of ways that we're skinning the cat. It's just that it seems to be a little bit, you know, it's somebody's discretion rather than us having a built-in thoughtful policy about how we deal with it consistently. And I would say the same thing, and I was going to my second comment on the detachments, I would say the same thing, right? It's great that our facilities folks have done what I would call an initial assessment and recommendations, but that has to go somewhere because it becomes political in terms of, you know, who gets what. It gets out there, right? So the chiefs need to know, our shareholders need to know how their input was reflected in the assessments done by our capital facilities folks. That's fantastic. That's a great start. And then adding to that, either, you know, let's call it, you know, tribal council support, maybe, where they have technical services units, they can provide their own advice. Maybe it differs, maybe it doesn't from the capital list that we provide. But I think there needs to be a plug-in back to the communities on the priorities, just to affirm or confirm or maybe make adjustments. I think we need to have that exposure so that we make sure there's a balance of investment.
That's the question. In terms of the chief's presentations, questions asked, and suggestions made, how is that followed up? Like, I know we'll have minutes next meeting, and then we'll say, yeah, we'll agree that. But in terms of action, like, for example, Jason is talking about a policy clarification on housing. Where does that come up, Mr. Chairman? Like,
Well, I think that the first part of his report in response, that's given by the board in terms of the direction. That's given in the forward. Usually be part of that. Or I'm not sure. Maybe give you this. Or do we need a motion to please?
I don't think it's necessary motion unless we get specific, but action items would be to have a policy, you know, on those discussions.
Yeah. So they'll be noted as an action items that are to be followed up by the chief of police. That's for his report. Is that the way it's supposed to be?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. But chief, I have a question, gentleman at the back. Compared to his report, is long compared to what you guys see?
I'll give my response to that. Tom has a lot more experience at this than I do, but I thought it was very thorough. It's got a lot of good crime information in there that community should be aware of, which is being very transparent. I think that's really valuable for the board to know and for communities to understand. It gives you a bit of a trend on what are the highest issues that the police service are required So I don't think it's overly long, it's not short either. But I think it's what is needed because of the logistics that you have to do here. It's very complicated. It's a large area, a lot of communities. I don't see an issue with the volume, whether it's large or not. I think hit on the key areas. Pass it over to you, Tom, for your thoughts.
Yeah, Jeff just kind of asked me to raise it too. I see a lot of other boards too, so, it depends on what the board's needs are to have enough information to do your duties. You know, in comparison with other reporting, the other chiefs tend to report on like more focused reports, but there'll be a whole series of reports. Your chief is reporting on like essentially everything all at once in one report. So I'm not seeing the amount of information that you're getting is in excess of what other boards are getting. This is all in one spot in one report. So, but the key is, you know, you get the board gets what you need to perform your duties.
Because we don't know, I don't know. When do you want this? But we get every nuts and bolts of operation and stuff. What's going on? If anything goes wrong, then we're aware of it. We're aware of what's happening. There's no secret activity going on. Anyways, it's lunchtime and I think we have reservations at the weeds. If there's any more questions after that you think about, you want to bring forward to the chief. We still have room there after lunch. There's a women's council coming in at 1:30. For half an hour, and the chief police report will be continued if required, if there's any more items that need to be clarified or questions are raised. And then we'll have community issues and closing. That's today's agenda. So head over to the Applebee's. Lunch there.
It's kind of like on the. Wow. For those of you online, we're just getting settled in here. We'll probably be back in session in a few minutes.
Still in the thick of it.
right now, but the one is on, I'm not sure. if
I just got the link to them, so it should
Any,
be in a few minutes. The link to them again.
oh, you're gonna be on,
They're all gonna be
on
online,
Zoom?
I believe, yeah.
Is there anybody waiting? No.
To the mic and keep going.
I wouldn't know what the women are.
How much of it, like,
Speaking and Debbie.
They fool 182.
That might be Anna Debbie.
Good afternoon.
That's not me.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the women.
Okay.
Our agenda is the non-women's council presentation. And then chief of police report continued, if there's any questions for this morning's presentation and community issues. And then we'll have a closing prayer at 4:30.
Yep.
So today's agenda.
And then it's online.
So. So I guess, Annabelle, you're the spokesperson for the chief, not chief's for the presentation. You're on.
All right,
And you
thank you.
Yeah.
English, everyone. It is a little bit difficult to hear you, but I hope that you're able to hear me clearly.
Okay, we can hear you good.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so thank you, Anishinaabe Police Services Board members, and also to Chief of Police Terry Armstrong and Deputy Chief Brad Deuce. And and Fabian and Catherine for providing us this time and space to do a brief presentation with you. We do have other members that are on the line as well. And so those of you that are on the line, can you please just do a very brief introduction, your name and which tribal council you represent?
Anna Betty, I just wanted to let you know that none of the other council members have joined in yet.
Okay, I know that they were they were all attempting to join in at 1:30, so I will, Kathleen, I do believe that some of them are waiting.
Yeah. Did you see Annabette? I was waiting there in the room too, and then I clicked it off, and then I tried again. That's how I got on.
Yeah, my apologies. Kathleen, did you get the list of the the attendees, or did you just forward it to Martha or Jamie Lee?
Forward to Martha.
Okay. Well, she's driving right now. She's not going to be able to forward it to. Okay, I'll do my best here to send a new link. Again, my apologies. Some of them were on the line earlier, and they
No problem, Annabelle, we got time. We'll wait. Note to self for future reference, send the links directly to all the participants.
You did?
No, I just sent it to Martha, because remember, a couple of them were gonna show up.
Yeah, we didn't have
Yeah.
emails so for them.
No, but I should have asked Martha to give me the emails, just in case of this, so it's better to. Because they were limited, it was only 3.
yeah, I forwarded the link that Kathleen sent me to the individuals. I apologize. I thought that it because some of them were waiting, I thought that maybe they had the link.
Water down the road. Cherry on.
There you go. What's up?
She's there.
Is that it?
One more. Representative King and Terry and Sheriff Chelsea, Rachel. Rachel,
Terry. Terry.
Okay. Okay, you can proceed, Annabelle. With your president, the Women's Council's presentation, you were going to get your team to introduce themselves.
All right, we have, all right, Rachel, can you just please quickly, introduce yourself and the tribal council that you represent?
Hi, my name is Rachel Enishnabe, and I am, well, not tribal council, but oh my God, I'm having a brain fart. Sandy Lake First Nation, independent.
All right, Chelsea?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chelsea Tremblay, and I'm from Apatipi and Anishinaabeg First Nation.
Sorry, my name is Emily King. I represent Chibokama First Nations Council. Thank you.
Cherry Nolan? Okay, Terry Nolan represents the Mushkegwa Tribal Council. Terry Fiddler? Okay, so I guess, so Terry Fiddler is one of our elder advisors, that sits on the Women's Council, as well. And then, we have Annie Matata as well, who sits on as one of our advisors. And the other individuals that we have on the council, that are not, online, is Chief Carla Duncan of Muskrat Dam. Then we have Wanda Adlucan of Amadung, who represents Matawa. We have April Kakagamic, who represents Kiwet Nagugmakanak. And then we have Myrna Quedent that represents the Wendigo. And then we have Alexandra Luke Bridges that represents Wobbin. So we just wanted to take some time with you, board members, and chief of police and deputy to, we have been meeting with the other police services. We met with the Timmins Police, and then we met with the OPP, and we also met with the Thunder Bay Police Services. And now you're our fourth police services that we are meeting with. And there is certain purpose as to why we want to have this conversation with you. We sent a presentation to Kathleen. Kathleen, feel free to share that with the board members. And we had hoped that we were going to be there in person, but unfortunately, my schedule called me away to be in Niagara Falls with the people of Kisatchewan. So with Anishinaabe Police Services moving forward, to be a fully legislated police service, there is that need, and I know it is being developed to have a missing persons unit, and which is, one of the files that we work on because it's sadly and unfortunately, many of the non-citizens that do go missing or that are victims of homicides are female. Like we're overrepresented when it comes to that particular statistic, and that's why the calls for the inquiry that was called back in 2014, and then this was completed. And it's been 7 years now since the recommendations were released. And there's specific recommendations in there in terms of dealing with First Nations people. And we hope that, as you continue to build your police service, that you will be willing to work with us so that we could help form and shape and be part of, providing input into uh, anything that's impacting our females. Specifically, it is whether it's the SAS program or the missing persons unit. Some years ago, Anishinaabe Women's Council put together a declaration. And it is a declaration that we put as our foundation in terms of, the work that we do in advocacy and lobbying to protect women, girls, and gender diverse individuals, and as well as our men. And it's a responsibility that we don't that at times has fallen to the side. As you know, women are have low representation on boards and leadership. So you know those particular individuals that make decisions at times, there is no voice for women in those particular groups. It is great now that we see and have that acceptance of being recognized that women need to have a voice, especially when it comes to community safety. Back in October, as you all know, there was a declaration made by the people of Anishinaabe Nation. And a lot of it is dealing with community safety. And we just want to ensure that we are part of those conversations and those discussions. And we encourage you to work with us. You have representation from each of the tribal councils here. And most of them do have NAPS police services within the communities that they represent, as well as the OPP. And so that's why it was really important for us to meet with those other police services. And we met with the Thunder Bay Police Service. As you know, we many of our First Nations people are overrepresented when it comes to victims of crime and homicide. So we felt it's very important for us to be part of that conversation where as you shape and continue to grow NAPS, like within the missing persons, as you know, most police services, they have, they set up a reward program for individuals that go missing. So I'm not sure if you've had a conversation in terms of how that's going to look, with, with, with NAPS. You know, luckily, there isn't too many people that go missing within the First Nation jurisdiction. Um, but we rely on NAPS to help us when there is a missing person. And I'm really thankful at this time that, I can work with Brad on this, because I receive a lot of calls from non-citizens when they have one of their family members go missing. And Brad, and his team, they'll communicate with, the most recent one was a person that went missing in Regina. And so it's, the police services are a little bit more, I would say, um, they're a little bit more, I would say, willing to work with a police service. And so that has helped. And within a few hours, Brad has made progress to get to initiate the missing persons report to be to happen. And the other thing that we also have a concern about is, when it comes to community safety, is, within the NAN communities, there's going to be more and more resource extraction. There's going to be more all season roads going into our community, and we have to be fully prepared for that. It's, the risk factors will increase. So we have to be proactive to, address those things. For those of you that were in attendance at the Matawa AGM this past summer, you heard some of the comments from some of the Constance Lake representatives who had addressed some of their concerns about community safety. And we have to find some way to work on that. This is just not a police matter when it comes to implementation of community safety processes. Like, all of us have to be part of this. So the Women Council representatives from the Women's Council, they want to be part of those discussions. And they want to be heard when they do come and provide some of the recommendations. So at this time, like, I had a very thorough presentation. I don't have it on me right now. I'm on the road. But I would like to take this time for, if any of their Women Council members would just like to make a few comments. I know you had given us a half hour, I think. But in the next 10 minutes, if any of the Women Council members would like to also make any comments, please.
Hi, it's Rachel. I can make some comments here. Bonjour. But like I said earlier, my name is Rachel Anishinaabe, and I'm from Sandy Lake First Nation, and I'm a band rep manager here in Thunder Bay for my community members, and I service everybody in Thunder Bay and east of here. So I work with NCFS and just different any CFS east of here. But honestly, like, I do want to our girls are, our women, our girls, our LGBTQ people are being trafficked too. And that's something else that is happening, and it's a reality here in Thunder Bay. I'm sitting with, I've sat with women at Emerge, just because of things that have happened when they're here for short stays. And I do tell them about this ASK program, but I don't know. I don't think anybody really follows up on it because they're just so traumatized. Um, and just making that awareness for our people, even at the airports, like, because it's happening more and more frequently. Um, uh, even in even just not too long ago with my cousin Deborah Nishnabek going missing, and her parents trying to reach out to Thunder Bay Police, and just it would have been nice if they could have just sat with somebody in our community and sat with a NAPS officer, and was able to tell them, like, this is not like my daughter, and she's not just a regular party or whatever, because that's the stigma that some people had out here. And you know um just a little bit more, especially if NAPS could do that for our people up north and help make those missing persons, uh instead of calling here and not knowing what to say to the officers, like, because for my uncle, English was his second language. So it was really hard for him to be able to speak. And then, me speaking for him on the family's behalf and things like that when everything first started. So it was just like, I don't want a family to ever go through what they had to go through. Um, Better partnerships between the police agencies, and a lot more, like, uh, even Anna Betty, I shared with her, like, there was a missing girl from my community in Ottawa, and then I had to fly over there, meet with one police agency, and then there's actually three police agencies within the. It was frustrating for me, and I'm a worker, so I can't believe what families have to go through when they do a missing persons for their loved one. So just gonna leave that with you guys, and what we can do to make it easier for our people, for our women, for people that have been exploited, to come to the police and come forward and give them that voice and that support. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rachel. Would any of the other council members like to share any comments?
I can say a few words.
Miigwech, Emily.
Yeah, my name is Emily King. I'm formerly, my community is Kingfisher Lake, north of Sulacode, and I've lived here in Thunder Bay for about 25 years. So I've seen a lot here and heard a lot, and um, here living in Thunder Bay. And I stay connected to my community as well. I just wanted to say, I think one of the things that we wanted to relay strongly is the need to report, making it easier for people to report, and also making it easier, as Rachel mentioned, having that whole process be more as user-friendly as we can get it to be. So I would like to see, and that's what we talked about is, and as Anna Betty alluded to, that we would like to be part of creating processes that need to be made and had, and also any protocols that need to be made. Perhaps I know that we can assist in this way to help it make it culturally appropriate, culturally familiar, and also making it easier for families to maneuver through the process. As we say, I think that I think one of the ways to address the crimeness, I guess, of situations and any type of crime that occurs, and also missing persons, and also the trade that is really rampant right now. One of the things that we need to do is equip our people, whether it's people that live in Thunder Bay or up north that travel here for short stays, and also empowering women and young girls is to learn and get accustomed to the tool of reporting. There are many issues with that. It'll probably take a longer meeting to talk about that. We know there's fears, there's hesitancies, there's lack of trust. There's also fear of reprisals and retaliations, I guess. And I think part of that is to educate people about the process, and also having them more aware and be familiar with the processes of reporting and where it goes, how it ends, and so forth, and their role in it. I think we can do a lot more to empower our people, women and young girls, to learn to report well, and making sure that there's an outcome each time they report. Thank you.
Rich, Emily. So, Kathleen, I'll email you that brief presentation, and if you could share that with the board members there. And the other thing that I wanted to mention before we end is that, we need to have more, I would say, prevention and more proactive measures when it comes to keeping people safe. I've heard of police officers when they have gone into the schools and done presentations, and how that is so well received. We encourage that that particular initiative be that there be more investment in that, and that there be more sustainable funding to keep those initiatives going. Because especially for our young people that are coming into urban centers for high school and post-secondary education, like there has to be that piece of education and awareness. And the other thing that I wanted to share with you all is that there is more and more human trafficking that is happening. And it's not just not just within the urban settings. This is happening in our backyards, where people are being exploited to trade sex for drugs or alcohol. It's happening. And we have to, I know there isn't a human, like one of the things that we talk to the other police services is to have that unit that would be specific to addressing human trafficking. And we ask that you as well look at that. And my last comment is investment into mental health, keeping your officers well. And we want to have more. One of the recommendations in the calls for justice is having more First Nations police officers. And again, I've said it many times before, we need to have more First Nations police officers. I know it's a challenge. And the Women's Council, if there's anything that we can do to assist you with a campaign or anything, and supporting, some of the First Nations women that have chosen to come and police in your service. We want to lift them as well and encourage other others to come and serve. So I think that is it. I would like to have another follow-up. It may be just with your chief of police and your deputy chief, for us to go through our recommendations and are asked with more details. So this is just more of an introductory for the board members here, and we ask that you know, work with us. So thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate you taking this time. I don't know if you had any questions. We're willing to answer any questions you may have or hear any comments. Mingwech.
Okay, thank you, Annabelle and James Scott, Deputy Grand Chief. Glad to hear you that the support that you have given to the NAPS organization, and we are committed to the mandate that chiefs have given us, to provide the safety, the security, and the health and well-being of our people, regardless of we are First Nations people that live in our First Nations land, but we travel and we go and live in urban areas. And we try to support, we try to support, not we try, but we support, the efforts that are being made by our First Nations when there's a First Nation person in distress or missing in our communities. I'm glad to hear that you mentioned Deputy being the heading of our efforts from the NAPS organization to liaison and work with the groups like you and chiefs of councils and other tribal councils that come to our cities to come and search for their missed, their loved ones that come into the city and have gone missing. So we will be glad, to welcome the support that you have mentioned in your presentation. We look forward to receiving your presentation in full. The recommendations that you have made, that's what we're striving to undertake in relation to have more police officers. We are making those efforts to do that we have more First Nation police officers within our force. And also, the other recommendations that you're making, we will be considering those. And also your ongoing communication processes that we might need to establish to work with your group to help us, so we can't make the changes that we need. We are in the enforcement business of laws, and we also, are in the business of safety, community safety and security for our people. So there is other organizations you might approach in relation to how our people can become more police officers and so forth, because there's criteria that we're looking at that prohibits some of our people from applying. And then and those things are outside our mandates in relation to preventing those things, like licenses and licensing and so forth. So we would recommend also to those organizations and chiefs of council to try to organize a process where they can, be able to qualify, for these positions that's coming up. And we're in dire need of First Nations police officers in our communities. So that's one of the things that we're concerned about. Issues that we want to continue to work on, to undertake that endeavor. So I want to thank you and the council for the presentations that you make, and we look forward to receiving your more detailed presentation that you will be releasing to us. Thank you. thank you very much for coming in there. And I invite the board to make any comments, in relation to the presentation you made. Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief, Annabelle. Any comments from the board? That's good to hear you. I know it's gonna get really hard. You know, to start right now, it's we're going ahead. I know it's I know I hear a lot of stories from here, from back home. I know we lose our women. Sometimes we search days just to know where they're about. Hey, it's a good start. Rachel, one book said.
I won't.
Chair, I just thought maybe we can action some advisory role for the women's group in the context of the legislative police services. We've made the commitment to culturally appropriate policing. We have that mandate in our new legislative service, and maybe there's an action here to somehow formalize an advisory role. And maybe it's like a quarterly report or annual report from the women on the work that we're doing, or somehow that we can not just hear this and not action something that makes them sort of an integral part of that culturally appropriate space that we committed to. So maybe if we can just take that down as an action, so that this doesn't get lost as words, you know?
Thank you.
So if there's no more comments or questions, I want to thank the Women's Council for the presentations, the recommendations, and the words of encouragement. And hopefully you'll continue to dialogue on these issues that you're dealing with and also what we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you all for serving on the Anishinaabe Police Services Board and being part of that implementation of not only the police services administration, but ensuring that that we continue to all work together on community safety. Miigwech. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion to Jason's recommendation?
I put it down as an action item, Chair, so that's okay.
So in our agenda, we have the any further discussion on questions on the chief of police report. I'm ready to make a motion to adopt this report. How's the concept report voting or?
We usually open for
No.
The thing is, you just can't go with concept, you have to prove to them. We're not getting any funding for the concept. See, the CSPA says that you can't just have one, you have to have a backup concept. So we need two concepts. So, but we're working with their concept. Get them better servicing their needs. for now, that's something probably we can address. But yeah, it's pretty big undertaking. Yeah, I'm working on a few things with them. One is the phone service. So I hope to have some updates on that soon, but again, it hasn't happened yet, but it's very close.
So my understanding is also in order to get the three letter numbers, 911.
Yeah.
You need to meet certain conditions.
Yeah, see that there's a couple stages in that. That's something they were told us. There's the emergency numbers, which you have to have a lot more criteria to hit. Like if you want an emergency phone number, 911, there's certain provincial criteria that we need. There's also a secondary 911 that they can divert the calls to the present call takers system. And that's what we're working on right now. It's having, so it doesn't get us away from the emergency 911, but it gives us the same service we have now with dialing through the three numbers instead of 10. So that's what we're working on. And like I said, we're not close. I was hoping to make an announcement today, but go through OPP and some stuff like that, and go through Bell. So we're very, very close. It's been agreed to. And so that's, but we still don't want to, we still want to work towards the other side of 911 where like Muskrat Dam and stuff, all their signage and all that, that emergency calls. So, but all our calls are emergencies. And that's what we tried to tell them is that we don't get people, like, we don't have administrative offices in our communities. We have police stations. And when people call, it's because they want the police. They don't call to ask how to fill out forms or anything like that, like you would do in a, say, a municipal police service where people come in the front door and, you know, they ask them about how to fill out their driver's license. We don't have that in our communities. So, I mean, we help people with whatever they want, but we don't have an actual administrative function. That's in our regional headquarters. So generally when anybody calls the police, it's not just to talk, it's because they need them. So that's what we would try to express to them all along about this 10-digit number and the problem with that 10-digit number, and the problem with people remembering that 10 or finding it in an emergency. So like I say, we've been really pushing. We actually asked them for our own number, you know, 611, you know, and all those numbers have been used for something or other. So we're going to the secondary 911. So, the community's all in the same situation where they have their houses marked and all that. So that's kind of for like the geotagging and everything else. They want addresses. That was one of the big things. So they want specific as street numbers, street signs, you know, house numbers, all those.
See, when we went to Bionic,
Yeah.
there was no stop signs.
No.
There's no house numbers.
No.
But they had an ambulance.
Yes. And they know where to
fire
go.
truck.
Yeah. And they know where to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so we're advancing on that, but like I say, to have our own comm center, the likelihood of that in the next 5 years or so is we're probably looking at asking for quite a bit more money in that direction.
Any more questions? Comments? Please. If not, I'll need a motion to accept the chief of police report. Moved by Jason. Second by Stan. All in favor? The next item that we have is community issues. Start with now. Whose factory is Probably one of my, I represent East Hackney, but probably one of my favorite communities because, most of our officers from East Hackney are born and raised in East Hackney. And to me, that sends a good message to the community. You know, I sing the song many times. I was there the day that NAPS came into existence. I came to work with a Greyhound uniform, April the 1st, 1994. And prior to that, when the chiefs were seeking a police service, one of the reasons being that they wanted a police service to police their own people. Officers are the same, to police their own. And that's still one of the things that I speak of. You know, and one of the things I will suggest here is that we need to come up with a plan. We need to come up with a strategy, how we're gonna improve that. How we're gonna, do it, and Moose Factory it's the police service there, the officers there are, they're well treated, they're happy. The community is happy with them at this time. They're very visible. You see them all the time. Hockey tournament, whatever, something going on. Even funerals, you'll see a police officer standing by their door. You know, and that's good. That's what it's all about, flying the flag. You know, showing yourself, and that's what I bring to the table today. So good. I mean, there's always those that will complain. You can't make everybody happy, but for the most part, it's all good. Be good.
I think we need to follow your lead in relation to First Nation police officer. But lot of work to do in other communities to meet those issues. Jason?
Things are pretty good. Well, I don't, echoing Harold's, sentiments. I think, the change into a legislative police service, you can see the increase in the number of, officers on patrol. We're seeing incremental, increases just in personnel that are visible in the communities. Starting to see even my own community task force, that our own folks are taking up the call to serve as police officers, which is fantastic. There's still lots of challenges that lots of coasts in particular experiencing mental health addictions, those things that we talk about all the time. That's what we're working at, and I think we see improvements, including the detachment, which is broken ground at Brunswick House. And looking forward to seeing that project complete. I think that that physical presence of the building in that community, I think will make a difference just in and of itself, where there's a permanent emphasis there that says community safety is important to the folks there. So that plus we're working away on the NAPS's decision to build in Timmins. Tashwan was happy to be the host property. Tashwan, as we discussed, almost a number of acres in behind the hospital, Riverside Five Nations Energy in the city of Timmins. So we're happy to mobilize that headquarters to the northeast. Host for that. So again, lots of positive things. The typical challenges of reserve life, but I think I see hope and change and the service doing its work. So nothing really new to report on those things. Thank you, sir.
freedom, independent First Nations. I represent the Mesquite movement. Monik, Venus. Okay. What is? So, I can only speak for my community. I know about 3,000 plus people there live in this anyway. We do have our share of problems, but we try, we're proactive of searching. Like chief of council, I go with my colleagues, we will go to a house and search the house, and they'll just let us. That's still good for us. I think we're the only still community that does that. We have flights coming out of Winnipeg every day, -8 from Thunder Bay. A lot of crack cocaine, dillies, all those things. Dillies go about 160 a piece, 1 pill. So even last week, there's a person from Nova Scotia, we got like 100 grand. There's people coming in selling, make a fast buck, and that's why we still do this. I know, even if a gang member comes, we gotta do it right away. If we don't, they'll start coming in. So that's what we do. Like it's been 2 years now. We hired guardians, we call them, and we pay them like 7,000 each a year. Which I don't know where the money's coming from. We find money for them just for this drug epidemic. You know, just going around. If you go to Calgary, Toronto area, you see people smoking meth right in front of you. Cops won't do nothing. You probably see that. What's this? How are we gonna do this as First Nations? It's like I know there have been some raids from NAPS in my community, and nothing has happened. There's no charges laid yet, and that's how the court system is so long to just even get a person in court. So that's happening in our community. I don't want to say so much, but
Yeah. I guess we just keep on, I know that you, community wants to keep your community safe. So you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Hoping that someday, I'm hoping that we'll be able to be have the tools that we need, to alleviate some of the issues that are caused by drugs coming in. So on.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time in Mesquite town. I just came on here again. One of the things I noticed is that the NAPS offices are very much visible. Most of the time, there are 2 of them. They spend a lot of time at the airport because they have searches at the airport. They have local people searching, but the NAPS offices are always at at least every time I go down, I see officers at the airport. Just standing there, make sure things are okay. And that's very good. I was told by some council members that in terms of alcohol coming in and as drugs, it has slowed right down. So that's very good. One of the things I noticed this year, the winter road is opening up. And I'm told that the wolves are very aggressive. They open down on winter road systems, and there's a lot of young people traveling on snow machines between the communities. Mesquite is located in the middle. South of us is a round lake about 80 kilometers. East of us is Bearskin, about 100. And Satchel is about 70 northeast. A lot of young people travel on winter road system. One of the things I've heard is that the wolves chase snow machines. People are a bit concerned. I get the impression now that a lot of people talking about snow machines on even snow machines and trucks that maybe in the villages now travel with guns most of the time with a gun. So I thought to mention that because I'm not sure if NAPS patrol the winter road. But I know a lot of those people coming through Muscat will be coming through the village with a possibility that they have a gun inside the vehicle. And I'm just concerned that if not happens to stop somebody for whatever reason, they see a gun in there, the person can get charged for whatever infraction the officer decides. So I sort of caution them because it's for safety while there's people traveling with their guns. And I think there has to be some discretion. I know the law is law in Canada. You're not supposed to carry the gun with you all the time, whatever. But we're not part of the territory of the country. It's for safety purposes, that people have to travel with a firearm. But I know a lot of those younger people travel with their guns on a snow machine for their protection against this. It's not mentioned that just so that the management is aware of the possible scenarios that could develop.
Well, I have 6 communities under me, there's no Makana County, with the Crown Council. And I can only speak for my community too, but then, as we all know, it's all about the same for everyone, like our communities. We all have what all of us have in our communities of what's going on with the drugs. And even in our communities, even our communities way really remote our community. And we still have a lot of the drugs coming in. And yeah, it's when you look at it, you'll know it's not going to get any better when you look at it. Of what's going on, what's happening, and then who's all bringing it. We see it. We see it back home. We see it. And yeah, it's and when you look at the problem, and like the solutions you would like to see to happen, or it seems that it looks, I don't know, it just looks kind of, sometimes it looks hopeless. That's what it looks like at times. When you really look at it, of what's going on. And we finally now have like a regular chief and council. It was very hard before when we didn't have a chief and council before. And we just, this summer we finally had a full council, like with the chief and deputy chief and councilors. So it's slowly starting again to where we can go to the council now, where we can go and talk to our chief and council of whatever it is that, whatever could be done or solutions that could resolve at least some of what's going on, what's happening with all what's coming into our community. And I know that with our, even in our communities, it's not a very big, I don't know what they use there. I think that our population, even with the community members, not all there, probably over 500 or 600. The population or even less, I'm not totally sure. There is a lot going on. But we do have our searchers too. At the airport, we have that. We have our searchers, and I see the officers going there and just make sure everything's okay, and I see them going there. Yeah, so. And Winter Road is like, Winter Road is coming up. That's usually where we have a lot of problems, especially with going through Shamato, we go through Shamato, and they go through Shamato, and they go on to Gillam, and they, wherever. Sometimes it's a problem with the alcohol crew. I don't know, it's like I don't know what's gonna be happening with it. It's gonna fall on the chief and council and what they will be doing, how they will approach the problem of the winter problem. And yeah, and we do have we have a peacekeeper officer too. We've had we have one, and of course the officers help him whenever he needs help, and that's still done too. That when any family requests that for them to go check a house or check a home or even like a well-being or this, you're going to check, they go with them. Yeah, or a family, or any family members that want check the house to be checked out or anything to be picked or anything, or if there's any home grow or anything that they want removed in there. That's what that piece goes and does that, and he goes with the officers to do that. But that's about what's going on. But I would like to meet with the other the chiefs that I'm like with the communities I'm under. I'd like to I would like to meet with them. I have never met with them. I would like to meet with them, talk with them. And also with this, the women's, I would like to talk with the women. Because, we have stories too, we have, stories too that when our, especially the young women or, we have our stories that we have to share. Serving our young people and our women. We have our stories. Yeah, we even had one, at one time, maybe about 7 years ago, or, she was part of the traffic, you know what, they got her, they picked her up in the bar, there was a woman that was doing this, helping those people that do that. And and what happened was that the family knew that she was missing. Like how we all know, like even when our families out here, they let us know where they are, or if they know we are worrying about them, and you know that something's going on. If they do not, if you can't get a hold of them, or they don't try to communicate with you, you know something. So that's what the family did. They came out here and started looking for her. They knew that something was going on with her. And plus, she was also pregnant at that time, the young lady. And then someone recognized her. Someone brought her out from a building. Someone recognized this young lady. Someone recognized her and told someone about it, and that's how that young lady got out. But I don't know what really happened after that. That they knew where she was because someone spotted her. Someone brought her out of that building. That's how she. She got rescued. But I forget how it was done. She got rescued, and so we have our stories too. With that. So that's about all I have.
Sure. Is Rick John still on? No. No. All right. Mike?
Yeah.
Do you want to say a few words? This is community issues that I know that in the Grand Chief's rule there, you must have issues that the board needs to be aware of.
If there's any issues, Mike, that you would like to relate to the board from the executive or?
No, nothing in particular. We do our best to respond to any calls when we get calls or when we get people asking about the policing issue. But being at the executive level, we don't have anything that's identified as a concern or worry. We continue to support the police board in their work moving forward with the legislation. And I just want to say congratulations, Frank, on being reelected. And also Happy New Year to the board. I know I haven't seen you guys in a while, so for me, I'm in Port Albany right now, but I'll be traveling to Moosonee this evening on the Winter Road. They have their treaty conference there, and that's the reason why I came up this way. I just thought I'd come up this way first and then work my way down. No, I can't think of anything. Not from the executive, but I appreciate you asking. You guys.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Grand Chief. Mike. So in relation to, applications and legal, still ongoing issues that they have with number of times. That's the crisis that we have in our communities. That, you know, just continues on to affect community well-being. So it affects the economics of the community. Most of the people that are addicted, you know, they don't work. The workforce sometimes is very scarce in some of our communities because of the lack of workforce that they require to carry out some of the services that they require. But we keep up. You keep up. Read papers. It takes up most of came up with about the K9 unit. I'm sure they're not taking it up. The fact that he's inquired about that, but not sure. That's I do have one dog, Rex, so sorry.
Max, he's on course right now, man.
He took a course.
He's on course. Excellent. He had to, there's pieces that he has to do to upgrade his skills too, so he's on course right now. 5 weeks. Week 2, week 1.
This is one, yeah.
Yeah, I think he will be being at one different spots, and we're working on obviously more.
The other thing that concern come up is the original highway act, traffic act, as I recall. So, more and more, just cities and so forth, they're required to be able to have licenses and insurance. And this is just to this step that there's no place for them to get trained and those tactics. And I know some First Nations have acquired those training courses for training to go and run tests in the community. So that's something we can get those kind of issues that communities want to have. Oh, there he is. So Rick Allen, it's your turn. Constance Lake, are you in Constance Lake?
In Spain, I think so.
Huh?
So I'm here, I'm in Constance Lake, sorry I couldn't be there. As I said, I just got back from a long trip and anyways, I'm not really gonna say much on the whole process right now. I think as we continue to grow and start to transition into being legislative and stuff, I could start to see the turnaround in my community anyways, from the from the drug units to the crime unit squads. I know they're starting to do some of their work. I know it's starting to show a difference in some of our communities and mine anyways. But then we talk about some of the issues that are arising. I think we just have to give it some time as our NAPS starts to grow as an entity. I know by the time we get full capacity, I think then this is where we'll start to see differences in other communities. But at this time, we talk about the winter road, we talk about all these other things coming in, like we have issues like that in our road access communities where they can come in from all different angles, from trails to the train tracks, but I think some of that mission falls on chief and council as well to start to set up these processes and how you expect to see NAPS perform in time. But right now, as I said, we're starting to grow as an organization, and I think we just have to give it some time and start to encourage the chief and councils that you all work for to start to develop these plans so we can start to implement these into our transition of a bigger organization. We're just starting that process of getting more officers, getting the K9 unit. You see the K9 unit in our community is starting to show its efforts and what it can do. So as I said, I think as our table here as the board, we have to start to concentrate on implementing this new strategy or this new legislative changes that we have to put in place. But then it's up to some of our leadership as well. Maybe to start to see how they're going to do all that kind of stuff. How they want to see their winter road managed. As I said, in time, as our organization gets bigger, and then we will start to see changes. But right now, we went from a small organization to a big capacity. Now we just have to see how we implement all these changes and strategies moving forward in the next couple of years. I think each community will start to see these changes as we grow and continue to improve our services. But there has to be some kind of implementation in our new officers and seeing how it is to work with our First Nation members and stuff like that. These are kind of things that we have to try to implement in these in this whole new changing of the guard. I'll call it that. But again, it's up to our leadership as well. We can cry and howl and scream and saying we're not doing this. The NAPS are not doing this. But sometimes we have to give it some time to transition and to work into these strategies and how we're going to implement that. Maybe in time we have a winter road coverage of our officers during the winter time as we implement that going ahead. We have drug units, we got crime units. Maybe there's a winter road unit as we incorporate in the near future and see how we put this strategy in play. We just have to let this organization grow and have our leadership at the table sometimes and give us some strategies and how we're going to implement it. People can, as I said, want to meet us now and say how these changes are going to be incorporated. But we still have to do a lot of work. But then our leadership as well have a lot of work to do as well to see how we want to see NAPS patrol these kind of places. We can't just do that right off the bat. We have to create. Our leaderships have to create strategies on how they see NAPS working with us. That comes from the NAN table of chiefs sometimes. I recommend that our new board chair, get some of these discussions happening at the NAN table level and request that, to fill us in with some of the dialogue that they're having. You know, we talk about community issues. Everybody has the same issues across the board. Now we just have to create these strategies with leadership and saying, again, as I'll repeat that all day long, and saying it's up to leadership as well to try to incorporate this, and this has to come at the chief's level. And I can't speak on behalf of the other communities I represent, but I can bring this to the table and I can bring it back and say what kind of changes that they want. But you hear it, you know, the new drugs coming in, how do we address all these kind of things? But as I said, as we grow bigger, we'll start to see the organization and all these things start to change. But we just have to give this opportunity as a growing entity to let the changes kick in and our new officers and start doing that. We have a lot of issues, but then sometimes these issues happen internally too with our officers. You know, I had a big issue like that in my community, but I know I'm not going to talk about it because that's my community issue with the sergeants here. But as I said, as time grows and our organization grows, I think we'll start to see changes amongst our communities as well. You know, we have to give it time to change. And then, as I said, we have to have these discussions with our chiefs at the non-table level, and maybe have an hour discussion or 2 hours of discussion at some of our chiefs meetings to see what they want to see implemented in these changes. But right now we can talk about it, but then we're still understaffed and under that. But once we get to that full capacity in a couple of years, I think that's when our communities will start to see a drastic change in how we deliver the NAP service. So I think a little bit of patience has to be incorporated here, and then we have to start to finish our process here and getting legislative. You know, sometimes it also falls on leadership. Like as myself, I'm kind of seeing that transition happen, and I see great things happening in my community with the amount of police that we have and the drug and crime units that are involved now, and start to see that. I really start to see improvements happening in our community, but then it's all up to leadership and how they address these issues at a community level as well, because we also have to support the NAPS organization as well and work hand in hand. But I'll leave it at that. And as I said, we'll have more discussions on community levels, but I think this dialogue has to happen at the non-chiefs level, at maybe some of our AGMs, or maybe a session at one of our fall or winter or summer assemblies, because that's an important piece as well. But as I said, patience, and as our organization grows, we'll start to see these changes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief Val, for those words. There's a process that we need to establish in relation to how we have to have an ongoing communication with our leadership. Each community does things differently at the community level, how we want to see policing occur at the community level. And we have to be flexible, and also, as Chief Brown says, we're going to be patient in relation to how do we get that support and the strength from the legislative police force in our communities. So we have to be patient and make these changes. It's going to take a while to be able to have the understanding sometimes, required to see what the communities want. So we have to, that's sometimes the way that we have to move forward. Is through the communication process that we need to utilize to bring up these issues. Yeah, so that's understanding of our community issues and concerns. I don't know if there's any other announcements you want to make this evening.
Not at this time, just, we had a little short day today than expected. We may be able to do the same thing tomorrow, but, we always have to be prepared for lively discussion. And I'm always afraid to shorten the agenda because of that. Because when it comes and we're sitting here at 5:30, and everybody looks at me and goes, what did you do with the agenda? But anyway, it was a good day. I think that, we had a lot of information. That's for
So that concludes our agenda for today, 3:25. When is the hearing ready? When is the vote ready?
He is ready.
He is ready?
Yeah, he's gone through his initial training, he's on a race course.
Gave him his badge a couple weeks ago.
You got sworn in.
He's an amazing dog. He's a very good dog.
So that's it for today.
I just got a quick comment here. I'm going to be away tomorrow morning for maybe a couple hours before joining in, as I have a community crisis already that's happening here with a big tragic event that happened on our local highway. A couple of our members lost their lives in a truck accident. So I'll be in a conference call for maybe a couple hours before I can zoom back in tomorrow. So I'll be joining a little bit later.
Right. Sorry for condolence to your community, prayers for the accident that happened over this weekend, right? So tomorrow our agenda for tomorrow is 9 AM again, opening prayer. Elder Martin Jason, then the board liaison report, AGM reporting, date and location of next NAPS board meeting, in-camera portion of meeting, solicitor fact privilege, NAPS executive benefits plan, and this lunch will be brought in.
Yes.
And then our in-camera session will continue. NAPS border control update, NAPS human relations internal matters update, chief of police annual review, and a closing prayer and board. That's our agenda for tomorrow. So, what we're gonna ask, our elder Barney Batista was a meeting with the prayer for today. Barney?
It's really hard to hear from where I'm sitting. But is this the end of the day now, Chair?
Yep.
Okay, well, the meeting will close tomorrow. So just a couple of words of encouragement here. It's just a thing, it's just knowing what our responsibilities are and saying to themselves, here's how much I can do, and here's how much I can carry. And I think you just continue service mapping and try to bring this to a good place, as the chief is saying. So it's just facing our own responsibilities and carrying what I can and doing what I can. And I'll see you guys in the morning, I guess, huh? Yeah, we'll close tomorrow. Anyway.
Here, since they're being secure. Yeah.
This is yours, Robert.
We like this.
Oh, me.
Yeah.